The Remainders of Indwelling Sin, the Nature and Power and Deceit of It, by Dr. John Owen, 1616 to 1683. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. For that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that do I not. But what I hate, that do I. If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the law that it is good. Now then it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. For I know that in me, that is, in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. Now if I do that I would not, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. I find then a law that, when I would do good, evil is present with me. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man, but I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members. I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members, that which he here calls the law of his mind, from the principal subject and seat of it, is in itself no other, but the law of the Spirit of life which is in Christ Jesus, chapter 8:2, or the effectual power of the Spirit of grace, as was said. But the law is applied unto sin hath a double sense, for as in the first place I see a law in my members, it denotes the being and nature of sin. So in the latter, leading into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members, it signifies its power and efficacy. And both these are comprised in the same way, singly used, chapter 7:21. Now that which we observe from this name or term of a law attributed unto sin is, that there is an exceeding efficacy and power in the remainders of indwelling sin in believers, with a constant working towards evil. Thus it is in believers. It is a law even in them, though not to them. Though its rule be broken, its strength weakened and impaired, its root mortified, yet it is a law still of great force and efficacy. There where it is least felt, it is most powerful. Carnal men, in reference unto spiritual and moral duties, are nothing but this law. They do nothing but from it and by it. It is in them a ruling and prevailing principle of all moral actions, with reference unto a supernatural and eternal end. I shall not consider it in them in whom it hath most power, but in them in whom its power is chiefly discovered and discerned, that is, in believers. In the others only in order to the further conviction and manifestation thereof. Secondly, the apostle proposeth a way whereby he discovered this law in himself. I find then, or therefore, a law. He found it. It had been told him there was such a law. It had been preached unto him. This convinced him that there was a law of sin. But it is one thing for a man to know in general that there is a law of sin, another thing for a man to have an experience of the power of this law of sin in himself. It is preached to all. All men that own the Scriptures acknowledge it as being declared therein, but there are but few that know it in themselves. We should else have more complaints of it than we have, and more contendings against it, and less fruits of it in the world. But this is that which the apostle affirms, not that the doctrine of it had been preached unto him, but that he found it by experience in himself. I find a law. I have experience of its power and efficacy. For a man to find his sickness and danger thereon from its effects is another thing than to hear a discourse about a disease from its causes. And this experience is a great preservative of all divine truth in the soul. This is to know a thing indeed, in reality, to know it for ourselves, when, as we are taught it from the Word, so we find it in ourselves. Hence we observe, secondly, believers have experience of the power and efficacy of indwelling sin. They find it in themselves. They find it as a law. It hath a self-evidencing efficacy to them that are alive to discern it. They that find not its power are under its dominion. Whosoever contend against it shall know and find that it is present with them, that it is powerful in them. He shall find the stream to be strong who swims against it, though he rolls along with it, being sensible of it. Thirdly, the general frame of believers, notwithstanding the inhabitation of this law, is here also expressed. They would do good. This law is present. The habitual inclination of their will is unto good. The law in them is not a law unto them as it is to unbelievers. They are not wholly obnoxious to its power, nor morally unto its commands. Grace hath the sovereignty in their souls. This gives them a will unto good. They would do good, that is, always and constantly. 1 John 3:9. To commit sin is to make a trade of sin, to make it a man's business to sin. So it is said, a believer doth not commit sin, and so to do that which is good. To will to do so is to have the habitual bent and inclination of the will set on that which is good, that is, morally and spiritually good, which is the proper subject treated of, whence is our third observation. There is, and there is through grace, kept up in believers a constant and ordinarily prevailing will of doing good, notwithstanding the power and efficacy of indwelling sin to the contrary. This in their worst condition distinguisheth them from unbelievers in their best. The will in unbelievers is under the power of the law of sin. The opposition they make to sin, either in the root or branches of it, is from their light and their consciences. The will of sinning in them is never taken away. Take away all other considerations and hindrances, whereof we shall treat afterwards, and they would sin willingly always. Their faint endeavors to answer their convictions are far from a will of doing that which is good. They will plead, indeed, that they would leave their sins if they could, and they would fain do better than they do. But it is a working of their light and convictions, not any spiritual inclination of their wills which they intend by that expression. For where there is a will of doing good, there is a choice of that which is good for its own excellency's sake, because it is desirable and suitable to the soul, and therefore to be preferred before that which is contrary. Now this is not in any unbelievers. They do not, they cannot so choose that which is spiritually good, nor is it so excellent or suitable unto any principle that is in them, only they have some desire to attain that end whereunto that which is good doth lead, and to avoid that evil which the neglect of it tends unto. And these also are, for the most part, so weak and languid, and many of them, that they put them not upon any considerable endeavors. Witness that luxury, sloth, worldliness, and security, that the generality of men are even drowned in. But in believers there is a will of doing good, an habitual disposition and inclination in their wills unto that which is spiritually good. And where this is, it is accompanied with answerable effects. The will is the principle of moral actions, and therefore unto the prevailing disposition thereof will the general course of our actings be suited. Good things will proceed from the good treasures of the heart, nor can this disposition be evidenced to be in any but by its fruits. A will of doing good without doing good is but pretended. Fourthly, there is yet another thing remaining in these words of the apostle, arising from that respect that the presence of sin hath unto the time and season of duty. When I would do good, saith he, evil is present with me. There are two things to be considered in the will of doing good, that is in believers. Number one, there is its habitual residence in them. They have always an habitual inclination of will unto that which is good, and this habitual preparation for good is always present with them, as the Apostle expresses it, verse 18 of this chapter. Number 2, there are especial times and seasons for the exercise of that principle. There is a when I would do good, a season wherein this or that good, this or that duty, is to be performed and accomplished suitably unto the habitual preparation and inclination of the will. Unto these two there are two things in indwelling sin opposed. To the gracious principle residing in the will, inclining unto that which is spiritually good, it is opposed as it is a law, that is, a contrary principle, inclining unto evil, with an aversion from that which is good. Unto the second or the actual willing of this or that good in particular unto this, when I would do good, is opposed the presence of this law. Evil is present with me. Evil is at hand and ready to oppose the actual accomplishment of the good aimed at. Whence, fourthly, indwelling sin is effectually operative in rebelling and inclining to evil, when the will of doing good is in a particular manner active and inclining unto obedience. And this is the description of him who is a believer and a sinner, as every one who is a former is the latter also. These are the contrary principles and the contrary operations that are in him. The principles are a will of doing good on the one hand from grace, and a law of sin on the other. Their adverse actings and operations are insinuated in these expressions. When I would do good, evil is present with me. And these both are more fully expressed by the Apostle, Galatians 5:17. For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary the one to the other, so that I cannot do the things that I would. And here lie the springs of the whole course of our obedience. An acquaintance with these several principles and their actings is a principal part of our wisdom. They are upon the matter next to the free grace of God in our justification by the blood of Christ, the only things wherein the glory of God and our own souls are concerned. These are the springs of our holiness and our sins, of our joys and troubles, of our refreshments and sorrows. It is, then, all our concernments to be thoroughly acquainted with these things, who intend to walk with God and to glorify Him in the world. And hence we may see what wisdom is required in the guiding and management of our hearts and ways before God, where the subjects of a ruler are in feuds and oppositions one against another. Unless great wisdom be used in the government of the whole, all things will quickly be ruinous in that state. There are these contrary principles in the hearts of believers, and if they labor not to be spiritually wise, how shall they be able to steer their course aright? Many men live in the dark to themselves all their days. Whatever else they know not themselves. They know their outward estates, how rich they are, and the condition of their bodies. As to health and sickness, they are careful to examine. But as to their inward man and their principles as to God and eternity, they know little or nothing of themselves. Indeed, few labor to grow wise in this matter. Few study themselves as they ought, or acquainted with the evils of their own hearts as they ought, on which yet the whole course of their obedience and consequently of their eternal condition doth depend. This, therefore, is our wisdom, and it is a needful wisdom if we have any design to please God or to avoid that which is a provocation to the eyes of His glory. We shall find also in our inquiry hereunto what diligence and watchfulness is required unto a Christian conversation. There is a constant enemy unto it in every one's own heart, and what an enemy it is we shall afterwards show, for this is our design, to discover him to the uttermost. In the meantime, we may well bewail the woeful sloth and negligence that is in the most, even in professors. They live and walk as though they intended to go to heaven hoodwinked, and asleep as though they had no enemy to deal with. Their mistake, therefore, and folly will be fully laid open in our progress. That which I principally fix upon in reference unto our present design from this place of the apostle is that which was first laid down, namely, that there is an exceeding efficacy and power in the remainder of indwelling sin in believers, with a constant inclination and working towards evil. Awake, therefore, all of you in whose hearts is anything of the ways of God. Your enemy is not only upon you, as on Samson of old, but is in you also. He is at work by all ways of force and craft, as we shall see. Would you not dishonor God and His gospel? Would you not scandal the saints and ways of God? Would you not wound your conscience and endanger your souls? Would you not grieve the good and Holy Spirit of God, the author of all your comforts? Would you keep your garments undefiled and escape the woeful temptations and pollutions of the days wherein we live? Would you be preserved from the number of the apostates in these latter days? Awake to the consideration of this accursed enemy, which is the spring of all these and innumerable other evils, as also of the ruin of all the souls that perish in the world. Chapter 2. Indwelling sin, a law. In what sense it is so called. That which we have proposed unto consideration is the power and efficacy of indwelling sin. The ways whereby it may be evinced are many. I shall begin with the appellation of it in the place before mentioned. It is a law. I find a law, saith the apostle. It is because of its power and efficacy that it is so called. So is also the principle of grace in believers, the law of the Spirit of life, as we observed before, Romans 8:2, which is the exceeding greatness of the power of God in them, Ephesians 1:19. Where there is a law, there is power. We shall therefore show both what belongs unto it as it is a law in general, and also what is peculiar or proper in it as being such a law as we have described. There are in general two things attending every law as such. First, dominion. Romans 7:1. The law hath dominion over a man whilst he liveth. It lordeth over a man. Where any law takes place, it hath dominion. It is properly the act of a superior, and it belongs to its nature to exact obedience by way of dominion. Now there is a twofold dominion as there is a twofold law. There is a moral authoritative dominion over a man, and there is a real effective dominion in a man. The first is an affection of the law of God, the latter of the law of sin. The law of sin hath not in itself a moral dominion. It hath not a rightful dominion or authority over any man, but it hath that which is equivalent unto it, whence it is said, to reign as a king, Romans 6:12, and to lord it, or have dominion, verse 14, as a law in general is said to have, chapter 7:1. But because it hath lost its complete dominion in reference unto believers, of whom alone we speak, I shall not insist upon it in the utmost extent of its power. But even in them it is a law still, though not a law unto them, yet as was said, it is a law in them. And though it have not a complete and, as it were, a rightful dominion over them, yet it will have a domination as to some things in them. It is still a law, and that in them, so that all its actings are the actings of a law. That is, it acts with power, though it have lost its complete power of ruling in them. Though it be weakened, yet its nature is not changed. It is a law still, and therefore powerful. And as its particular workings, which we shall afterward consider, are the ground of this appellation, so the term itself teacheth us, in general, what we are to expect from it, and what endeavors it will use for dominion, to which it hath been accustomed. Secondly, a law, as a law, hath an efficacy to provoke those that are obnoxious unto it, unto the things that it requireth. A law hath rewards and punishments accompanying it. These secretly prevail on them to whom they are proposed, though the things commanded be not much desirable. And generally all laws have their efficacy on the minds of men from the rewards and punishments that are annexed unto them. Nor is this law without this spring of power. It hath its rewards and punishments. The pleasures of sin are the rewards of sin, a reward that most men lose their souls to obtain. By this the law of sin contended in Moses against the law of grace, Hebrews 11:25 and 26. He chose rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, for he looked upon the recompense of reward. The contest was in his mind between the law of sin and the law of grace. The motive on the part of the law of sin wherewith it sought to draw him over, and wherewith it prevails on the most, was the reward that it proposed unto him, namely, that he should have the present enjoyment of the pleasures of sin. By this it contended against the reward annexed unto the law of grace, called the recompense of reward. By this sorry reward doth this law keep the world in obedience to his commands, and experience shows us of what power it is to influence the minds of men. It hath also punishments, that it threatens men who labor to cast off its yoke. Whatever evil, trouble, or danger in the world attends gospel obedience, whatever hardship or violence is to be offered to the sensual part of our natures in a strict course of mortification, sin makes use of, as it were, punishments attending the neglect of its commands. By these it prevails on the fearful, who shall have no share in life eternal, Revelations 21:8. And it is hard to say by whether of these is pretended rewards or pretended punishments it doth most prevail, in whether of them its greatest strength doth lie. By its reward it entices men to sins of commission, as they are called, in ways and actions tending to the satisfaction of its lusts. By its punishments it induces men to the omitting of duties, a course tending to no less a pernicious event than the former. By which of these the law of sin hath its greatest success in and upon the souls of men is not evident, and that because they are seldom or never separated, but equally take place on the same persons. But this is certain, that by tenders and promises of the pleasures of sin on the one hand, by threats of the deprivation of all sensual contentments and the affliction of temporal evils on the other, it hath an exceeding efficacy on the minds of men, oftentimes unbelievers themselves. Unless a man be prepared to reject the reasonings that will offer themselves from the one and the other of these, there is no standing before the power of the law. The world falls before them every day. With what deceit and violence they are urged and imposed on the minds of men, we shall afterwards declare, as also what advantages they have to prevail upon them. Look on the generality of men, and you shall find them wholly by these means at sin's disposal. Do the profits and pleasures of sin lie before them? Nothing can withhold them from reaching after them. Do difficulties and inconveniences attend the duties of the gospel? They will have nothing to do with them, and so are wholly given up to the rule and dominion of this law. This light in general we have into the power and efficacy of indwelling sin from the general nature of a law, whereof it is partaker. We may consider nextly what kind of a law in particular it is, which will further evidence that power of it which we are inquiring after. It is not an outward, written, commanding, directing law, but an inbred, working, impelling, urging law. A law proposed unto us is not to be compared for efficacy to a law inbred in us. Adam had a law of sin proposed to him in his temptation, but because he had no law of sin inbred and working in him, he might have withstood it. An inbred law must needs be effectual. Let us take an example from that law which is contrary to this law of sin. The law of God was at first inbred and natural unto man. It was concreated with his faculties, and was their rectitude, both in being and operation, in reference to his end of living unto God and glorifying of him. Hence it had an especial power in the whole soul to enable it unto all obedience, yea, and to make all obedience easy and pleasant. Such is the power of an inbred law. And though this law as to the rule and dominion of it be now by nature cast out of the soul, yet the remaining sparks of it, because they are inbred, are very powerful and effectual, as the Apostle declares, Romans 2:14 and 15. Afterward, God renews this law and writes it in tables of stone. But what is the efficacy of this law? Well, it is now, as it is external and proposed unto men, enable them to perform the things that it exacts and requires? Not at all. God knew it would not unless it were turned to an internal law again. That is, until of a moral outward rule it be turned into an inward real principle. Wherefore God makes his law internal again, and implants it on the heart as it was at first, when he intends to give it power to produce obedience in his people. Jeremiah 31:31-33. This is that which God fixeth on, as it were, upon a discovery of the insufficiency of an outward law, leading men unto obedience. The written law, saith he, will not do it. Mercies and deliverances from distress will not effect it. Trials and afflictions will not accomplish it. Then, saith the Lord, will I take another course. I will turn the written law into an internal living principle in their hearts, and that will have such an efficacy as shall assuredly make them my people, and keep them so. Now such is this law of sin. It is an indwelling law. Romans 7:17. It is sin that dwelleth in me, verse 20. Sin that dwelleth in me, verse 21. It is present with me, verse 23. It is in my members, yea, it is so far in a man, as in some sense it is said to be the man himself, verse 18. I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. The flesh, which is the seed and throne of this law, yea, which indeed is this law, is in some sense the man himself, as grace also is the new man. Now, from this consideration of it, that it is an indwelling law inclining and moving to sin, as an inward habit or principle, it has sundry advantages, increasing its strength and furthering its power, as, number 1, it always abides in the soul. It is never absent. The Apostle twice uses that expression, it dwelleth in me. There is its constant residence and habitation. If it came upon the soul only at certain seasons, much obedience might be perfectly accomplished in its absence. Yea, and as they deal with usurping tyrants whom they intend to thrust out of a city, the gates might be sometimes shut against it, that it might not return. The soul might fortify itself against it. But the soul is its home, there it dwells, and is no wanderer. Wherever you are, whatever you are about, this law of sin is always in you, in the best that you do, and in the worst. Men little consider what a dangerous companion is always at home with them. When they are in company, when alone, by night or by day, all is one, sin is with them. There is a living coal continually in their houses, which, if it be not looked unto, will fire them, and it may be consume them. Oh, the woeful security of poor souls! How little do the most of men think of this inbred enemy that is never from home! How little, for the most part, doth the watchfulness of any professors answer the danger of their state and condition. Number 2. It is always ready to apply itself to every end and purpose that it serves unto. It doth not only dwell in me, saith the Apostle, but when I do good, it is present with me. There is somewhat more in that expression than mere indwelling. An inmate may dwell in a house, and yet not be always meddling with what the good man of the house hath to do, that so we may keep to the illusion of indwelling used by the Apostle. But it is so with this law, it doth so dwell in us, as that it will be present with us in everything we do. Yea, oftentimes, when with most earnestness we desire to be quit of it, with most violence it will put itself upon us. When I would do good, it is present with me. Would you pray? Would you hear? Would you give alms? Would you meditate? Would you be in any duty acting faith on God and love towards Him? Would you work righteousness? Would you resist temptations? This troublesome, perplexing indweller will still more or less put itself upon you and be present with you, so that you cannot perfectly and completely accomplish the thing that is good, as our apostle speaks, verse 18. Sometimes men, by hearkening to their temptation, do stir up, excite, and provoke their lusts, and no wonder if then they find them present and active. But it will be so when, with all our endeavors, we labor to be free from them. This law of sin dwelleth in us, that is, it adheres as a depraved principle unto our minds in darkness and vanity, unto our affections in sensuality, unto our wills in a loathing of and aversion from that which is good, and by some, more, or all of these, is continually putting itself upon us in inclinations, motions, or suggestions to evil, when we would be most gladly quit of it. Number 3. It being an indwelling law, it applies itself to its work with great facility and easiness, like the sin that doth so easily beset us. Hebrews 12:1. It hath a great facility and easiness in the application of itself unto its work. It needs no doors to be opened unto it. It needs no engines to work by. The soul cannot apply itself to any duty of a man, but it must be by the exercise of those faculties wherein this law hath its residence. Is the understanding or the mind to be applied to anything? There it is, in ignorance, darkness, vanity, folly, madness. Is the will to be engaged? There it is also in spiritual deadness, stubbornness, and roots of obstinacy. Is the heart and affections to be set on work? There it is in inclinations to the world and present things and sensuality, with proneness to all manner of defilements. Hence it is easy for it to insinuate itself into all that we do, and to hinder all that is good, and to further all sin and wickedness. It hath an intimacy, an inwardness with the soul, and therefore in all that we do doth easily beset us. It possesses those very faculties of the soul whereby we must do what we do, whatever it be good or evil. Now all of these advantages it hath, as it is a law, as an indwelling law, which manifests its power and efficacy. It is always resident in the soul. It puts itself upon all its actings, and that with easiness and facility. This is that law which the apostle affirms that he found in himself. This is the title that he gives unto the powerful and effectual remainder of indwelling sin, even in believers. And these general evidences of its power from that appellation have we. Many there are in the world who find not this law in them, who, whatever they have been taught in the world, have not a spiritual sense and experience of the power of indwelling sin, and that because they are wholly under the dominion of it. They find not that there is darkness and folly in their minds, because they are darkness itself, and darkness will not discover anything. They find not deadness and an indisposition in their hearts and wills to God, because they are dead, wholly in trespasses and sins. They are at peace with their lusts by being in bondage unto them. And this is the state of most men in the world, which makes them woefully despise all their eternal concernments. Whence is it that men follow and pursue the world with so much greediness, that they neglect heaven and life and immortality for it every day? Whence is it that some pursue their sensuality with delight? They will drink and revel and have their sports, let others say what they please. Whence is it that so many live so unprofitably under the word, that they understand so little of what is spoken unto them, that they practice less of what they understand, and will by no means be stirred up to answer the mind of God and his calls unto them? It is all from this law of sin and the power of it that rules and bears sway in men, that all these things do proceed. But it is not such persons of whom at present we particularly treat. From what hath been spoken, it will ensue that, if there be such a law in believers, it is doubtless their duty to find it out, to find it so to be. The more they find its power, the less they will feel its effects. It will not at all advantage a man to have an hectical distemper and not to discover it, a fire lying secretly in his house and not to know it. So much as men find of this law in them, so much they will abhor it in themselves and no more. Proportionably also to their discovery of it will be their earnestness for grace, nor will it rise higher. All watchfulness and diligence and obedience will be answerable also thereunto. Upon this one hinge your finding out and experiencing the power and the efficacy of this law of sin turns the whole course of our lives. Ignorance of it breeds senselessness, carelessness, sloth, security, and pride, all which the Lord's soul abhors. Eruptions into great, open, conscience-wasting, scandalous sins are from want of a due spiritual consideration of this law. Inquire, then, how it is with your souls. What do you find of this law? What experience have you of its power and efficacy? Do you find it dwelling in you, always present with you, exciting itself, or putting forth its poison with facility and easiness at all times in all your duties when you would do good? What humiliation, what self-abasement, what intenseness in prayer, what diligence, what watchfulness doth this call for at your hands? What spiritual wisdom do you stand in need of? What supplies of grace, what assistance of the Holy Ghost will be hence also discovered? I fear we have few of us a diligent proportion to our danger. Chapter 3. The seat or subject of the law of sin, the heart. Having manifested indwelling sin, whereof we treat in the remainders of it in believers, to be a law, and evinced in general the power of it from thence, we shall now proceed to give particular instances of its efficacy and advantages from some things that generally relate unto it as such. And these are three. First, its seat and subject. Secondly, its natural properties. And thirdly, its operations and the manner thereof, which principally we aim at and shall attend unto. First, for the seed and subject of this law of sin, the Scripture everywhere assigns it to be the heart. There indwelling sin keeps its especial residence. It hath invaded and possessed the throne of God himself. Ecclesiastes 9:3. Madness is in the heart of man while they live. This is their madness, or the root of all that madness which appears in their lives. Matthew 15:19. Out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies, and so on. There are many outward temptations and provocations that befall men, which excite and stir them up unto these evils, but they do but, as it were, open the vessel, and let out what is laid up and stored in it. The root, rise, and spring of all these things is in the heart. Temptations and occasions put nothing into a man, only draw out what was in him before. Hence is that summary description of the whole work and effect of this law of sin, Genesis 6:5. Every imagination of the thoughts of man's heart was only evil continually. So also chapter 8:21. The whole work of the law of sin from its first rise, its first coining of actual sin, is here described. And its seat, its workhouse, is said to be the heart. And so it is called by our Savior the evil treasure of the heart. Luke 6:45. An evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart bringeth forth evil things. This treasure is a prevailing principle of moral actions that is in men. So, in the beginning of the verse, our Savior calls grace the good treasure of the heart of a good man, whence that which is good doth proceed. It is a principle constantly and abundantly inciting and stirring up unto, and consequently bringing forth, actions conformable and like unto it, of the same kind in nature with itself. And it is also called a treasure for its abundance. It will never be exhausted. It is not wasted by men spending on it. Yea, the more lavish men are of this stock, the more they draw out of this treasure, the more it grows and abounds. As men do not spend their grace, but increase it by its exercise, no more do they their indwelling sin. The more men exercise their grace and duties of obedience, the more it is strengthened and increased. And the more men exert and put forth the fruits of their lust, the more is it enraged and increased in them. It feeds upon itself, swallows up its own poison, and grows thereby. The more men sin, the more are they inclined unto sin. It is from the deceitfulness of this law of sin, whereof we shall speak afterward at large, that men persuade themselves that by this or that particular sin they shall so satisfy their lust as that they shall need to sin no more. Every sin increases the principle and fortifieth the habit of sinning. It is an evil treasure that increases by doing evil. And where doth this treasure lie? It is in the heart. There it is laid up. There it is kept in safety. All the men in the world, all the angels in heaven, cannot dispossess a man of this treasure. It is so safely stored in the heart. The heart in the Scripture is variously used, sometimes for the mind and understanding, sometimes for the will, sometimes for the affections, sometimes for the conscience, sometimes for the whole soul. Generally it denotes the whole soul of man and all the faculties of it, not absolutely, but as they are all one principle of moral operations, as they all concur in our doing good or evil. The mind as it inquireth, discerneth, and judgeth what is to be done, what refused. The will as it chooseth, refuseth, or avoids. The affections as they like or dislike, cleave to or have an aversion from, that which is proposed to them. The conscience as it warns and determines, are altogether called the heart. And in this sense it is that we say the seat and subject of this law of sin is the heart of man. Only we may add that the Scripture, speaking of the heart as a principle of men's good or evil actions, doth usually insinuate together with it two things belonging unto the manner of their performance. Number one, a suitableness and pleasingness unto the soul in the things that are done. When men take delight and are pleased in and with what they do, they are said to do it heartily, with the whole heart. Thus, when God himself blesses his people in love and delight, he says he doth it with his whole heart and with his whole soul. Jeremiah 32:41. Number 2, resolution and constancy in such actions, and this also is denoted in a metaphorical expression before used of a treasure, from whence men do constantly take out the things which either they stand in need of or do intend to use. This is the subject, the seat, the dwelling place of this law of sin, the heart, as it is of the entire principle of moral operations, of doing good or evil, as out of it proceed good or evil. Here dwells our enemy. This is the fort, the citadel of this tyrant, where it maintains a rebellion against God all our days. Sometimes it hath more strength, and consequently more success. Sometimes less of the one and of the other, but it is always in rebellion whilst we live. That we may in our passage take a little view of the strength and power of the sin from the seat and subject of it, we may consider one or two properties of the heart that exceedingly contribute thereunto. It is like an enemy in war, whose strength and power lie not only in his numbers and force of men or arms, but also in the unconquerable force that he doth possess. And such is a heart to this enemy of God and our souls, as will appear from the properties of it, whereof one or two shall be mentioned. Number 1, it is unsearchable, Jeremiah 17:9. Who can know the heart? I, the Lord, search it. The heart of man is pervious to God only. Hence he takes the honor of searching the heart to be as peculiar to himself and as fully declaring him to be God as any other glorious attribute of his nature. We know not the hearts of one another. We know not our own hearts as we ought. Many there are that know not their hearts as to their general bent and disposition, whether it be good or bad, sincere and sound, or corrupt and not. But no one knows all the secret intrigues, the windings and turnings, the actings and aversions of his own heart. Hath any one the perfect measure of his own light and darkness? Can any one know what actings of choosing or aversion his will bring forth upon the proposal of that endless variety of objects that it is to be exercised with? Can any one traverse the various mutability of his affections? Do the secret springs of acting and refusing in the soul lie before the eyes of any man? Doth any one know what will be the motions of the mind or will in such and such conjunctions of things, such a suiting of objects, such a pretension of reasonings, such an appearance of things desirable? All in heaven and earth, but the infinite all-seeing God, are utterly ignorant of these things. In this unsearchable heart dwells the law of sin. And much of its security, and consequently of its strength, lies in this, that it is past our finding out. We fight with an enemy whose secret strength we cannot discover, whom we cannot follow into its retirements. Hence, oftentimes, when we are ready to think sin quite ruined, after a while we find it was but out of sight. It has coverts and retreats in an unsearchable heart, whither we cannot pursue it. The soul may persuade itself all is well, when sin may be safe in the hidden darkness of the mind, which it is impossible that he should look into, for whatever makes manifest is light. It may suppose the will of sinning is utterly taken away, when yet there is an unsearchable reserve for a more suitable object, a more vigorous temptation, than at present it is tried with. Hath a man had a contest with any lust, and a blessed victory over it by the Holy Ghost as to that present trial? When he thinks it is utterly expelled, he ere long finds that it was but retired out of sight. It can lie so close in the mind's darkness, in the will's indisposition, in the disorder and carnality of the affections, that no eye can discover it. The best of our wisdom is but to watch its first appearances, to catch its first under earth heavings and workings, and to set ourselves in opposition to them, for to follow it into the secret corners of the heart, that we cannot do. It is true there is yet a relief in this case, namely, that he to whom the work of destroying the law of sin and body of death in us is principally committed, namely, the Holy Ghost, comes with his axe to the very root. Neither is there anything in an unsearchable heart that is not naked and open unto him, Hebrews 4:13, but we in a way of duty may hence see what an enemy we have to deal with. Number 2. As it is unsearchable, so it is deceitful, as in the place above mentioned. It is deceitful above all things, incomparably so. There is great deceit in the dealings of men in the world, great deceit in their counsels and contrivances in reference to their affairs, private and public, great deceit in their words and actings. The world is full of deceit and fraud. But all of this is nothing to the deceit that is in man's heart towards himself, for that is the meaning of the expression in this place and not towards others. Now, incomparable deceitfulness added to unsearchableness gives a great addition and increase of strength to the law of sin, upon the account of its seat and subject. I speak not yet of the deceitfulness of sin itself, but the deceitfulness of the heart where it is seated. Proverbs 26:25. There are 7 abominations in the heart, that is, not only many, but an absolute complete number is 70 notes. And they are such abominations as consist in deceitfulness. So the caution foregoing insinuates, trust him not, for it is only deceit that should make us not to trust in that degree and measure which the object is capable of. Now this deceitfulness of the heart, whereby it is exceedingly advantaged in its harboring of sin, lies chiefly in these 2 things. Number 1, that it abounds in contradictions, so that it is not to be found and dealt with according to any constant rule and way of procedure. There are some men that have much of this from their natural constitution and from other causes in their conversation. They seem to be made up of contradictions, sometimes to be very wise in their affairs, characters, sometimes very foolish, very open and very reserved, very facile and very obstinate, very easy to be entreated and very revengeful, all in a remarkable height. This is generally accounted a bad character, and is seldom found but when it proceeds from some notable predominant lust. But in general, in respect of moral good or evil, duty or sin, it is so with the heart of every man, flaming hot and key cold, weak and yet stubborn, obstinate and facile. The frame of the heart is ready to contradict itself every moment. Now you would think, had it all for such a frame, such a way, anon it is quite otherwise, so that none can know what to expect from it. The rise of this is the disorder that is brought upon all its faculties by sin. God created them all in a perfect harmony and union. The mind and reason were in perfect subjection and subordination to God and His will. The will answered in its choice of good, the discovery made of it by the mind, the affections constantly and evenly followed the understanding and will. The mind's subjection to God was the spring of the orderly and harmonious motion of the soul and all the wills in it. That being disturbed by sin, the rest of the faculties move cross and contrary one to another. The will chooseth not the good which the mind discovers. The affections delight not in that which the will chooseth, but all jar and interfere, cross and rebel against each other. This we have got by our falling from God. Hence sometimes the will leads, the judgment follows. Yea, commonly the affections that should attend upon all get the sovereignty and draw the whole soul captive after them. And hence it is, as I said, that the heart is made up of so many contradictions in its actings. Sometimes the mind retains its sovereignty and the affections are in subjection, and the will ready for its duty. This puts a good face upon things. Immediately the rebellion of the affections or the obstinacy of the will takes place and prevails, and the whole scene is changed. This, I say, makes the heart deceitful above all things. It agrees not at all in itself, is not constant to itself, hath no order that is constant unto, is under no certain conduct that is stable, but, if I may so say, hath a rotation in itself, where oft times the feet lead and guide the whole. Number 2, its deceit lies in its full promisings upon the first appearance of things, and this also proceeds from the same principle with the former. Sometimes the affections are touched and wrought upon. The whole heart appears in a fair frame, all promiseth to be well. Within a while the whole frame is changed. The mind was not at all affected or turned. The affections a little acted their parts and are gone off, and all the fair promises of the heart are departed with them. Now add this deceitfulness to the unsearchableness before mentioned, and we shall find that at least the difficulty of dealing effectually with sin and its seat and throne will be exceedingly increased. A deceiving and a deceived heart, who can deal with it, especially considering that the heart employs all its deceits unto the service of sin, contributes them all to its furtherance. All the disorder that is in the heart, all its false promises and fair appearances, promote the interest and advantages of sin. Hence God cautions the people to look to it, lest their own heart should entice and deceive them. Who can mention the treacheries and deceits that lie in the heart of man? It is not for nothing that the Holy Ghost so expresseth it. It is deceitful above all things, uncertain in what it doth, and false in what it promiseth. And hence, moreover, it is, amongst other causes, that in the pursuit of our war against sin, we have not only the old word to go over and over, but new works still while we live in this world, still new stratagems and wiles to deal withal, as the manner will be where unsearchableness and deceitfulness are to be contended with. There are many other properties of deceit and subject to the law of sin, which might be insisted on to the same end and purpose, but that would too far divert us from one particular design, and therefore I shall pass these over with some few considerations first. Never let us reckon that our work in contending against sin, in crucifying, mortifying, and subduing of it, is at an end. The place of its habitation is unsearchable, and when we may think that we have thoroughly won the field, there is still some reserve remaining that we see not, that we knew not of. Many conquerors have been ruined by their carelessness after a victory, and many have been spiritually wounded after great successes against this enemy. David was so. His great surprisal into sin was after a long profession, manifold experiences of God, and watchful keeping himself from his iniquity. And hence in part hath it come to pass that the profession of many hath declined in their old age or riper time, which must more distinctly be spoken to afterward. They have given over the work of mortifying a sin before their work was at an end. There is no way for us to pursue sin in its unsearchable habitation but by being endless in our pursuit. And that command of the apostle which we have, Colossians 3:5, on this account, is as necessary for them to observe, who are towards the end of their race, as those that are but at the beginning of it. Mortify, therefore, your members which are upon the earth. Be always doing it whilst you live in this world. It is true, great ground is obtained when the work is vigorously and constantly carried on. Sin is much weakened, so that the soul presseth forward towards perfection, but yet the work must be endless. I mean, whilst we are in this world. If we give over, we shall quickly see this enemy exerting itself with new strength and vigor. It may be under some great affliction, it may be in some eminent enjoyments of God, in the sense of the sweetness of blessed communion with Christ. We have been ready to say that there was an end of sin, that it was dead and gone forever. But have we not found the contrary by experience? Hath it not manifested that it was only retired into some unsearchable recesses of the heart, as to its end being and nature, though it may be greatly weakened in its power? Let us then reckon on it, that there is no way to have our work done but by always doing of it. And he who dies fighting in this warfare dies assuredly a conqueror. Secondly, hath it its residence in that which is various, inconstant, deceitful above all things. This calls for perpetual watchfulness against it. An open enemy that deals by violence only always gives some respite. You know where to have him and what he is doing, so as that sometimes you may sleep quietly without fear. But against adversaries that deal by deceit and treachery, which are long swords and reach at the greatest distance, nothing will give security but perpetual watchfulness. It is impossible we should in this case be too jealous, doubtful, suspicious, or watchful. The heart hath 1,000 wiles and deceits, and if we are in the least off from our watch, we may be sure to be surprised. Hence are those reiterated commands and cautions given for watching, for being circumspect, diligent, careful, and the like. There is no living for them who have to deal with an enemy deceitful above all things, unless they persist in such a frame. All cautions that are given in this case are necessary, especially that, remember not to believe. Doth the heart promise fair? Rest not on it, but say to the Lord Christ, Lord, do thou undertake for me. Doth the sun shine fair in the morning? Reckon not, therefore, on a fair day the clouds may arise and fall. Though the morning give a fair appearance of serenity and peace, turbulent affections may arise, and cloud the soul with sin and darkness. Thirdly, then, commit the whole matter with all care and diligence unto him who can search the heart to the uttermost, and knows how to prevent all his treacheries and deceits. In the things before mentioned lies our duty, but here lies our safety. There is no treacherous corner in our hearts, but he can search it to the uttermost. There is no deceit in them, but he can disappoint it. This course David takes, Psalm 139, after he had set forth the omnipresence of God and his omniscience, verses 1 to 10, he makes improvement of it, verse 23. Search me, O God, and try me, as if he had said, it is but a little that I know of my deceitful heart. Only I would be sincere. I would not have reserves for sin retained therein. Wherefore, do thou who art present with my heart, who knowest my thoughts long before, undertake this work, perform it thoroughly, for thou alone art able so to do. There are yet other arguments for the evidencing of the power and strength of indwelling sin, from whence it is termed a law which we must pass through according to the order we're in before we lay them down. Chapter 4. Indwelling sin, enmity against God, thence its power. Secondly, we have seen the seed and subject of this law of sin. In the next place, we might take a view of its nature in general, which also will manifest its power and efficacy. But this I shall not enlarge upon, it being not my business to declare the nature of indwelling sin. It hath also been done by others. I shall therefore only in reference unto our special design in hand consider one property of it that belongs unto its nature, and this always wherever it is. And this is that which is expressed by the Apostle Romans 8:7. The carnal mind is enmity against God. That which is here called the wisdom of the flesh is the same with the law of sin which we insist on. And what says he hereof? Why, it is enmity against God. It is not only an enemy, for so possibly some reconciliation of it unto God might be made, but it is enmity itself, and so not capable of accepting any terms of peace. Enemies may be reconciled, but enmity cannot. Yea, the only way to reconcile enemies is to destroy the enmity. So the apostle in another case tells us, Romans 5:10, we who were enemies are reconciled to God. That is, a work compassed and brought about by the blood of Christ, the reconciling of the greatest enemies. But when he comes to speak of enmity, there is no way for it, but it must be abolished and destroyed, Ephesians 2:15, having abolished in his flesh the enmity. There is no way to deal with any enmity whatever but by its abolition or destruction. And this also lies in it, as it is enmity, that every part and parcel of it, if we may so speak, the least degree of it that can possibly remain in anyone, whilst and where there is anything of its nature, is enmity still. It may not be so effectual and powerful in operation as where it hath more life and vigor, but it is enmity still. As every drop of poison is poison and will infect, and every spark of fire is fire and will burn, so everything of the law of sin, the last and the least of it, it is enmity, it will poison, it will burn. That which is anything in the abstract is still so whilst it hath any being at all. Our apostle, who may well be supposed to have made as great a progress in the subduing of it as anyone on the earth, yet after all cries out for deliverance, is from an irreconcilable enemy, Romans 7:24. The meanest acting, the meanest and most imperceptible working of it, is the acting and working of enmity. Mortification abates of its force, but doth not change its nature. Grace changeth the nature of man, but nothing can change the nature of sin. Whatever effect be wrought upon it, there is no effect wrought in it, but that it is enmity still, sin still. This, then, by it is our state and condition. God is love, 1 John 4:8. He is so in himself, eternally excellent and desirable above all. He is so to us. He is so in the blood of his Son, and in all the inexpressible fruits of it, by which we are what we are, and wherein all our future hopes and expectations are wrapped up. Against this God we carry about us an enmity all our days, an enmity that hath from its nature that it is incapable of cure or reconciliation. Destroyed it may be, it shall be, but cured it cannot be. If a man hath an enemy to deal withal that is too mighty for him, as David had with Saul, he may take the course that he did, consider what it is that provoked his enemy against him, and so address himself to remove the cause and make up his peace. 1 Samuel 26:19. If the Lord has stirred thee up against me, let him accept an offering. But if they be the children of men, cursed be they before the Lord. Come it from God or man, there is yet hope of peace. But when a man hath enmity itself to deal with, nothing is to be expected but continual fighting, to the destruction of the one party. If it be not overcome and destroyed, it will overcome and destroy the soul. And herein lies no small part of its power which we are inquiring after. It can admit of no terms of peace, of no composition. There may be a composition where there is no reconciliation. There may be a truce where there is no peace. But with this enemy we can obtain neither the one nor the other. It is never quiet, conquering nor conquered, which was the only kind of enemy that the famous warrior complained of old. It is in vain for a man to have any expectation of rest from his lust, but by its death, of absolute freedom, but by his own. Some, in the tumultuating of their corruption, seek for quietness by laboring to satisfy them, making provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof, as the apostle speaks, Romans 8:14. This is to slake fire by wood and oil. Is all the fuel in the world, all the fabric of creation that is combustible, being cast into the fire, will not at all satisfy it, but increase it. So it is with satisfaction given to sin by sinning. It doth but inflame and increase. If a man will part with some of his goods unto an enemy, it may satisfy him. But enmity will have all, and is not one whit the more satisfied than if he had received nothing at all, like the lean cattle that were nevertheless hungry for having devoured the fat. You cannot bargain with the fire to take but so much of your houses. You have no way but to quench it. It is in this case as it is in the contest between a wise man and a fool, Proverbs 29:9. Whether he rage or laugh, there is no rest. Whatever frame or temper he be in, his importunate folly makes him troublesome. It is so with this indwelling sin, whether it violently tumultuate, as it will do on provocations and temptations, it will be outrageous in the soul, or whether it seem to be pleased and contented, to be satisfied, all is one, there is no peace, no rest to be had with it or by it. Had it then been of any other nature, some other way might have been fixed on, but seeing it consists in enmity, all the relief the soul hath must lie in its ruin. Secondly, it is not only said to be enmity, but is said to be enmity against God. It hath chosen a great enemy indeed. It is in sundry places proposed as our enemy, 1 Peter 2:11. Abstain from fleshly lusts which war against the soul. They are enemies to the soul, that is, to ourselves, sometimes as an enemy to the spirit that is in us. The flesh lusteth or fighteth against the spirit, Galatians 5:17. It fights against the spirit, or the spiritual principle that is in us, to conquer it. It fights against our souls, to destroy them. It hath special ends and designs against our souls, and against the principle of grace that is in us. But its proper formal object is God. It is enmity against God. It is its work to oppose grace. It is consequent of its work to oppose our souls, which follows upon what it doth more than what it intends. But its nature and formal design is to oppose God. God as the lawgiver, God as holy, God as the author of the gospel, a way of salvation by grace and not by works. This is the direct object of the law of sin. Why doth it oppose duty, so that the good we do not, either as to matter or manner? Why doth it render the soul carnal, indisposed, unbelieving, unspiritual, and wandering? It is because of its enmity to God, whom the soul aims to have communion withal in duty. It hath, as it were, the command from Satan, which the Assyrians had from their king, fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel. 1 Kings 22:31. It is neither great nor small, but God himself, the King of Israel, that sin sets itself against. There lies the secret formal reason of all its opposition to good, even because it relates unto God. May a road, a trade, a way of duties be set up, where communion with God is not aimed at, but only the duty itself, as is the manner of men in most of their superstitious worship. The opposition that will lie against it from the law of sin will be very weak, easy, and gentle. Or as the Assyrians, because of a show of a king, assaulted Jehoshaphat, but when they found that it was not Ahab, they turned back from pursuing of him. So because there is a show and appearance of the worship of God, sin may make head against it at first, but when the duty cries out in the heart that indeed God is not there, sin turns away to seek out its proper enemy, even God himself, elsewhere. And hence do many poor creatures spend their days in dismal, tiring superstitions, without any great reluctancy from within, when others cannot be suffered freely to watch with Christ in a spiritual manner 1 hour. And it is no wonder that men fight with carnal weapons for their superstitious worship without, when they have no fighting against it within, for God is not in it, and the law of sin makes not opposition to any duty, but to God in every duty. This is our state and condition. All the opposition that ariseth in us unto anything that is spiritually good, whether it be from darkness in the mind, or aversion in the will, or sloth in the affections, all the secret arguings and reasonings that are in the soul to pursuit of them, the direct object of them is God himself. The enmity lies against him, which consideration surely should influence us to a perpetual, constant watchfulness over ourselves. It is thus also in respect of all propensity unto sin, as well as aversion from God. It is God himself that is aimed at. It is true, the pleasures, the wages of sin, do greatly influence the sensual, carnal affections of men. But it is the holiness and authority of God that sin itself rises up against. It hates the yoke of the Lord. Thou hast been weary of me, saith God to sinners, and that during their performance of abundance of duties. Every act of sin is a fruit of being weary of God. Thus Job tells us what lies at the bottom in the heart of sinners. They say to God, "Depart from us." It is enmity against him and aversion from him. Here lies the formal nature of every sin. It is an opposition to God, a casting off his yoke, a breaking off the dependence which the creature ought to have on the Creator. And the Apostle Romans 8:7 gives the reason why this. He affirms the carnal mind to be enmity against God, namely, because it is not subject to the will of God, nor indeed can be. It never is, nor will, nor can be subject to God, its whole nature consisting in an opposition to him. The soul wherein it is may be subject to the law of God, but this law of sin sets up in a contrariety unto it, and will not be in subjection. To manifest a little further the power of this law of sin from this property of its nature, that it is enmity against God, one or two inseparable adjuncts of it may be considered, which will further evince it. Number 1, it is universal. Some contentions are bounded unto some particular concernments, this about one thing, that about another. It is not so here. The enmity is absolute and universal, as are all enmities that are grounded in the nature of the things themselves. Such enmity is against the whole kind of that which is its object. Such is this enmity, for it is universal to all of God, and it is universal in all of the soul. Number 1, it is universal to all of God. If there were anything of God, his nature, properties, his mind or will, his law or gospel, any duty of obedience to him, of communion with him, that sin had not an enmity against, the soul might have a constant shelter and retreat within itself, by applying itself to that of God, to that of duty towards him, to that of communion with him, that sin would make no opposition against. But the enmity lies against God, and all of God, and everything wherein or whereby we have to do with him. It is not subject to the law, nor any part or parcel, word or tittle of the law. Whatever is opposite to anything as such is opposite unto all of it. Sin is enmity to God as God, and therefore to all of God. Not his goodness, not his holiness, not his mercy, not his grace, not his promises. There is not anything of him which it doth not make head against, nor any duty, private, public, in the heart, in external works which it opposeth not. And the nearer, if I may so say, anything is to God, the greater is its enmity unto it. The more a spirituality and holiness is in anything, the greater is its enmity. That which hath most of God hath most of its opposition. Concerning them in whom this law is most predominant, God says, Ye set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. Proverbs 1:25. Not this or that part of God's counsel, his mind or will is opposed, but all his counsel, whatever he calleth for, or guideth unto, and every particular of it, all is set at naught, and nothing of his reproof attended unto. A man would think it not very strange that sin should maintain an enmity against God and his law, which comes to judge it, to condemn it, but it raiseth a greater enmity against him and his gospel, wherein he tenders mercy and pardon as a deliverance from it, and that merely because more of the glorious properties of God's nature, more of his excellencies and condescension is manifested therein than in the other. 2. It is universal in all of the soul. Would this law of sin have contented itself to have subdued any one faculty of the soul? Would it have left any one at liberty, any one affection free from its yoke and bondage? It might possibly have been with more ease opposed or subdued. But when Christ comes with a spiritual power upon the soul to conquer it to himself, he hath no quiet landing place. He can set foot on no ground but what he must fight for and conquer. Not the mind, not an affection, not the will, but all is secured against him. And when grace hath made its entrance, yet sin will dwell in all its coasts. Were anything in the soul at perfect freedom and liberty, there a stand might be made to drive it from all the rest of its holds, but it is universal, and wars in the whole soul. The mind hath its own darkness and vanity to wrestle with. The will its own stubbornness, obstinacy, and perverseness, every affection its own frowardness and aversion from God, and its sensuality to deal withal, so that one cannot yield relief unto another as they ought. They have, as it were, their hands full at home. Hence it is that our knowledge is imperfect, our obedience weak, love not unmixed, fear not pure, delight not free and noble. But I must not insist on these particulars, or I could abundantly show how diffuse this principle of enmity against God is through the whole soul. Number 2. Hereunto might be added its constancy. It is constant unto itself. It wavers not. It hath no thoughts of yielding or giving over, notwithstanding the powerful opposition that is made unto it both by the law and gospel, as afterwards shall be showed. This, then, is a third evidence of the power of sin, taken from its nature and properties, wherein I have fixed but on one instance for its illustration, namely, that it is enmity against God, and that universal and constant. Should we enter upon a full description of it, it would require more space and time than we have allotted to this whole subject. What hath been delivered might give us a little sense of it, if it be the will of God, and stir us up unto watchfulness. What can be of a more sad consideration than that we should carry about us constantly that which is enmity against God, and that not in this or that particular, but in all that he is, and in all wherein he hath revealed himself? I cannot say it is well with them who find it not. It is well with them indeed in whom it is weakened, and the power of it abated. But yet for them who say it is not in them, they do but deceive themselves, and there is no truth in them. Chapter 5. Nature of sin further discovered, as it is enmity against God. Its aversion from all good opened, means to prevent the effects of it prescribed. Thirdly, we have considered somewhat of the nature of indwelling sin, not absolutely, but in reference unto the discovery of its power. But this more clearly evidenceth itself in its actings and operations. Power is an act of life, and operation is the only discoverer of life. We know not that anything lives but by the effects and works of life, and great and strong operations discover a powerful and vigorous life. Such are the operations of this law of sin, which are all demonstrations of its power. That which we have declared concerning its nature is that it consists in enmity. Now there are two general heads of the working or operation of enmity. First, aversion. Secondly, opposition. First, our Savior, describing the enmity that was between himself and the teachers of the Jews by the effects of it, saith in the prophet, My soul loathed them, and their soul also abhorred me. Zechariah 11:8. Where there is mutual enmity, there is mutual aversion, loathing, and abomination. So it was between the Jews and the Samaritans. They were enemies and abhorred one another, as John 4:9. Second, opposition, or contending against one another, is the next product of enmity. Isaiah 63:10. He was turned to be their enemy, and he fought against them, speaking of God towards the people. Where there is enmity, there will be fighting. It is the proper and natural product of it. Now both these effects are found in this law of sin. First, for aversion. There is an aversion in it unto God and everything of God, as we have in part discovered in handling the enmity itself, and so shall not need much to insist upon it again. All indisposition to duty, wherein communion with God is to be obtained, all weariness of duty, all carnality or formality unto duty, it all springs from this root. The wise man cautions us against this evil, Ecclesiastes 5:1. Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God. Hast thou any spiritual duty to perform, and dost thou design the attaining of any communion with God? Look to thyself, take care of thy affections. They will be gadding and wandering, and that from their aversion to what thou hast in hand. There is not any good that we would do wherein we may not find this aversion exercising itself. When I would do good, evil is present with me. At any time, at all times, when I would do anything that is spiritually good, it is present, that is, to hinder me, to obstruct me in my duty, because it abhors and loathes the thing which I have in hand. It will keep me off from it, if it be possible. In them in whom it prevails, it comes at length unto that frame which is expressed, Ezekiel 33:31. It will allow an outward bodily presence unto the worship of God, wherein it is not concerned, but it keeps the heart quite away. It may be some will pretend they find it not so in themselves, but they have freedom and liberty in and unto all the duties of obedience they attend unto. But I fear this pretended liberty will be found upon examination to arise from one or both of these causes. First, ignorance of the true state and condition of their souls, of their inward man, and its actings towards God. They know not how it is with them, and therefore are not to be believed in what they report. They are in the dark, and neither know what they do nor whither they are going. It is like the Pharisee knew little of this matter, which made him boast of his duties to God himself. Or, secondly, it may be, whatever duties of worship or obedience such persons perform, they may, through want of faith and an interest in Christ, have no communion with them, and if so, sin will make but little opposition unto them therein. We speak of them whose hearts are exercised with these things. And if under their complaints of them and groanings for deliverance from them, others cry out unto them, Stand off, we are holier than ye. They are willing to bear their condition, as knowing that their way may be safe, though it be troublesome, and being willing to see their own dangers, that they may avoid the ruin which others fall into. Let us, then, a little consider this aversion, and such acts of obedience as wherein there is no concernment but that of God and the soul. In public duties there may be a mixture of other considerations. They may be so influenced by custom and necessity that a right judgment cannot from them be made of this matter. But let us take into consideration the duties of retirement, as private prayer and meditation and the like, or else extraordinary duties, or duties to be performed in an extraordinary manner. 1. In these will this aversion and loathing oft times discover itself in the affections. A secret striving will be in them about close and cordial dealing with God, unless the hand of God and the Spirit be high and strong upon his soul. Even when conviction, sense of duty, dear and real esteem of God, and communion with him have carried the soul into his closet, yet if there be not the vigor and power of a spiritual life constantly at work, there will be a secret loathness in them unto duty. Sometimes there will be a violent inclination to the contrary, so that the soul had rather do anything, embrace any diversion, though it wound itself thereby, than vigorously apply itself unto that which in the inward man it breathes after. It is worried before it begins and says, "When will the work be over?" Here God and the soul are immediately concerned, and it is a great conquest to do what we would, though we come exceedingly short of what we should do. Number 2, it discovers itself in the mind also. When we address ourselves to God in Christ, we are, as Job speaks, to fill our mouths with arguments, chapter 23:4, that we may be able to plead with him as he calls upon us to do, Isaiah 43:26. Put me in remembrance, let us plead together. Whence the church is called upon to take unto itself words or arguments in going to God, Hosea 14:2. The sum is that the mind should be furnished with the considerations that are prevailing with God, and be in readiness to plead them, and to manage them in the most spiritual manner to the best advantage. Now, is there no difficulty to get the mind into such a frame as to lay out itself to the utmost in this work? To be clear, steady, and constant in its duty, to draw out and make use of its stores and furniture of promises and experiences? It starts, wanders, flags, all from the secret aversion unto communion with God, which proceeds from the law of indwelling sin. Some complain that they can make no work of meditation. They cannot bend their minds to it. I confess there may be a great cause of this in their want of a right understanding of the duty itself and of the ways of managing the soul in it, which therefore I shall a little speak to afterward. But yet the secret enmity hath its hand in the loss they are at also, and that both in their minds and in their affections. Others are forced to live in family and public duties. They find such little benefit and success in private. And here hath been the beginning of the apostasy of many professors, and the source of many foolish, sensual opinions, finding this aversion in their minds and affections from closeness and constancy in private spiritual duties, not knowing how to conquer and prevail against these difficulties through him who enables us, they have at first been subdued to a neglect of them, first partial, then total, until, having lost all conscience of them, they have had a door opened unto all sin and licentiousness, and so to a full and utter apostasy. I am persuaded there are few that apostatize from a profession of any continuance, such as our days abound withal. But their door of entrance into the folly of backsliding was either some great and notorious sin that blooded their consciences, tainted their affections, and intercepted all delight of having anything more to do with God, or else it was a course of neglect in private duties, arising from a weariness of contending against that powerful aversion which they found in themselves unto them. And this also, through the craft of Satan, hath been improved into many foolish and sensual opinions of living unto God, without and above any duties of communion. And we find that after men have for a while choked and blinded their consciences with this pretense, cursed wickedness or sensuality hath been the end of their folly. And the reason of all this is that the giving way to the law of sin in the least is a giving strength unto it. To let it alone is to let it grow. Not to conquer it is to be conquered by it. As it is in respect of private, so it is also in respect of public duties that have anything extraordinary in them. What strivings, strugglings, and pleadings are there in the heart about them, especially against the spirituality of them? Yea, in and under them will not the mind and affection sometimes be entangled with things uncouth, new, and strange unto them, such as at the time of the least serious business a man would not deign to take into his thoughts? But if the least loose liberty or advantage be given unto indwelling sin, if it be not perpetually watched over, it will work to a strange and unexpected issue. In brief, let the soul unclothe any duty whatever, private or public, anything that is called good. Let a man divest it of all outward respects which secretly insinuate themselves into the mind, and give it some complacency in what it is about, but do not render it acceptable unto God. And he shall assuredly find somewhat of the power and some of the effects of this aversion. It begins in loathness and indisposition, goes on with entangling the mind and affections with other things, and will end, if not prevented, in weariness of God, which he complains of in his people, Isaiah 43:22. They cease from duty because they were weary of God. But this instance being of great importance unto professors in their walking with God, we must not pass it over without some intimations of directions for them in their contending against it in opposition to it. Only this must be premised, that I am not giving directions for the mortifying of indwelling sin in general, which is to be done alone by the Spirit of Christ, by virtue of our union with Him, Romans 8:13. But only of our particular duty with reference unto this especial evil or effect of indwelling sin that we have a little insisted on, or what in this single case the wisdom of faith seems to direct unto and call for, which will be our way and course in our process upon the consideration of other effects of it. Number 1. The great means to prevent the fruits and effects of this aversion is the constant keeping of the soul in a universal holy frame. All this weakens the whole law of sin, so answerably all its properties and particularly this aversion. It is this frame only that will enable us to say with the psalmist, Psalm 57:7, "My heart is fixed, O God, my heart is fixed." It is utterly impossible to keep the heart in a prevailing holy frame in any one duty, unless it be so in and unto all and every one. If sin entanglements get hold in any one thing, they will put themselves upon the soul in everything. A constant, even frame and temper in all duties, in all ways, is the only preservative for any one way. Let not him who is neglective in public persuade himself that all will be clear and easy in private, or on the contrary, there is a harmony in obedience. Break but one part, and you interrupt the whole. Our wounds in particular arise generally from negligence as to the whole course. So David informs us, Psalm 119:6, "Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments." A universal respect to all God's commandments is the only preservative from shame, and nothing have we more reason to be ashamed of than the shameful miscarriages of our hearts in point of duty, which are from the principle before mentioned. Number 2. Labor to prevent the very beginnings of the workings of this aversion. Let grace be beforehand with it in every duty. We are directed, 1 Peter 4:7, to watch unto prayer. And as it is unto prayer, so unto every duty, that is, to consider and take care that we be not hindered from within, nor from without us, as to a due performance of it. Watch against temptations, to oppose them. Watch against the aversion that is in sin, to prevent it. As we are not to give place to Satan, no more are we to sin. If it be not prevented in its first attempts, it will prevail. My meaning is, whatever good, as the apostle speaks, we have to do, and find evil present with us, as we shall find it present, prevent its parleying with the soul, its insinuating of poison into the mind and affections, by a vigorous, holy, violent stirring up of the grace or graces that are to be acted and set at work peculiarly in that duty. Let Jacob come first into the world, or, if prevented by the violence of Esau, let him lay hold on his heel to overthrow him and obtain the birthright. Upon the very first motion of Peter to our Savior crying, "Master, spare thyself," he immediately replies, "Get thee behind me, Satan." So we ought to say, "Get thee gone, thou law of sin, thou present evil," and it may be of the same use unto us. Get grace then, up betimes unto duty, and be early in the rebukes of sin. Number 3, though it do its worst, yet be sure it never prevail to a conquest. Be sure you be not wearied out by its pertinacity, nor driven from your hold by its importunity. Do not faint by its opposition. Take the Apostles' advice, Hebrews 6:11 and 12. We desire that every one of you do show the same diligence to the full assurance of hope unto the end, that ye be not slothful. Still hold out in the same diligence. There are many ways whereby men are driven from a constant, holy performance of duties, all of them dangerous, if not pernicious, to the soul. Some are diverted by business, some by company, some by the power of temptations, some discouraged by their own darkness, but none so dangerous as this, when the soul gives over in part or in whole, is worried by the aversion of sin unto it, or to communion with God in it. This argues the soul giving up of itself under the power of sin, which, unless the Lord break the snare of Satan therein, will assuredly prove ruinous. Our Savior's instruction is that we ought always to pray and not to faint. Luke 18:1. Opposition will arise, none so bitter and keen as that from our own hearts. If we faint, we perish. Take heed lest ye be wearied, saith the apostle, and faint in your minds, Hebrews 12:3. Such a fainting as is attended with a weariness, and that with a giving place to the aversion working in our hearts, is to be avoided, if we would not perish. The caution is the same with that of the same apostle, Romans 12:12, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing instant in prayer, and in general with that of chapter 6:12. Let not sin, therefore, reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lust thereof. To cease from duty, in part or in whole, upon the aversion of sin unto its spirituality, is to give sin the rule, and to obey it in the lust thereof. Yield not then unto it, but hold out in the conflict. Wait on God, and you shall prevail. Isaiah 40:31. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. But that which is now so difficult will increase in difficulty if we give way unto it. But if we abide in our station, we shall prevail. The mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Number 4, carry about a constant humbling sense of this close aversion unto spiritualness that yet lies in our nature. If men find the efficacy of it, what consideration can be more powerful to bring them unto humble walking with God? That after all the discoveries that God hath made of himself unto them, all the kindness they have received from him, his doing of them good and not evil in all things, there should yet be such a heart of unkindness and unbelief still abiding, as to have an aversion lying in it to communion with God. How ought the thoughts of this to cast us into the dust, to fill us with shame and self-abhorrency all our days? What have we found in God, in any of our approaches or addresses unto him, that it should be thus with us? What iniquity have we found in him? Hath he been a wilderness unto us, or a land of darkness? Did we ever lose anything by drawing nigh unto him? Nay, hath not therein lain all the rest and peace which we have obtained? Is not he the fountain and spring of all our mercies, of all our desirable things? Hath he not bid us welcome at our coming? Have we not received from him more than heart can conceive or tongue express? What ails then our foolish and wretched hearts to harbor such a cursed secret dislike of him and his ways? Let us be ashamed and astonished at the consideration of it, and walk in an humbling sense of it all our days. Let us carry it about with us in the most secret of our thoughts. And as this is a duty in itself acceptable unto God, who delights to dwell with them that are of an humble and contrite spirit, so it is of exceeding efficacy to the weakening of the evil we treat of. Number 5. Labor to possess the mind with the beauty and excellency of spiritual things, that so they may be presented lovely and desirable to the soul, and this cursed aversion of sin will be weakened by this. It is an innate acknowledged principle that the soul of man will not keep up cheerfully unto the worship of God, unless it have a discovery of a beauty and comeliness in it. Hence, when men had lost all spiritual sense and savor of the things of God, to supply the want that was in their souls, they invented outwardly pompous and gorgeous ways of worship, in images, paintings, pictures, and I know not what carnal ornaments, which they have called the beauties of holiness. Thus much, however, was discovered therein, that the mind of man must see a beauty, a desirableness in the things of God's worship, or it will not delight in it. Aversion will prevail. Let then the soul labor to acquaint itself with the spiritual beauty of obedience, of communion with God, and of all duties of immediate approach to Him, that it may be filled with delight in them. It is not my present work to discover the heads and springs of that beauty and desirableness which is in spiritual duties in their relation to God, the eternal spring of all beauty, to Christ, the love, desire, and hope of all nations, to the Spirit, the great beautifier of souls, rendering them by His grace all glorious within, in their suitableness to the souls of men, as to their actings toward their last end, in the rectitude and holiness of the rule in attendance whereunto they are to be performed. But I only say at present, in general, that to acquaint the soul thoroughly with these things is an eminent way of weakening the aversion spoken of. Chapter 6. The work of this enmity against God by way of opposition. How this enmity worketh by way of aversion hath been declared, as also the means that the soul is to use for the preventing of its effects and prevalency. The second way whereby it exerts itself is opposition. Enmity will oppose and contend with that wherewith it is at enmity. It is so in things natural and moral. As light and darkness, heat and cold, so virtue and vice oppose each other. So it is with sin and grace, saith the Apostle. These are contrary the one to the other. Galatians 5:17. They are placed and set in mutual opposition, and that continually and constantly, as we shall see. Now there are two ways whereby enemies manage an opposition. First, by force, and secondly, by fraud and deceit. So when the Egyptians became enemies to the children of Israel and managed an enmity against them, Exodus 1:10, Pharaoh saith, Let us deal wisely, or rather cunningly and subtly, with this people. For so Stephen, with respect to this word, expresseth it. Acts 7:19. And unto this deceit they added force in their grievous oppressions. This is the way and manner of things where there is a prevailing enmity, and both these are made use of by the law of sin and its enmity against God and our souls. I shall begin with the first, or its actings, as it were, in a way of force, in an open, downright opposition to God and His law, or the good that a believing soul would do in obedience unto God and His law. And in this whole matter we must be careful to steer our courses aright. Take the Scripture for our guide, with spiritual reason and experience for our companions, for there are many shells in our course which must be diligently avoided, that none who consider these things be troubled without cause, or comforted without a just foundation. In this first way, whereby this sin exerts its enmity and opposition, namely, as it were, by force or strength, there are four things expressing so many distinct degrees in its progress and procedure in the pursuit of its enmity. First, its general inclination, it lusteth, Galatians 5:17. Secondly, its particular way of contending, it fights or wars, Romans 7:23, James 4:1, 1 Peter 2:11. Thirdly, its success in this contest, it brings the soul into captivity to the law of sin, Romans 7:23. Fourthly, its growth and rage upon success, it comes up to madness as an enraged enemy will do, Ecclesiastes 9:3. All which we must speak to in order. First, in general it is said to lust, Galatians 5:17. The flesh lusteth against the Spirit. This word expresses the general nature of that opposition which the law of sin maketh against God and the rule of His Spirit, or grace in them that believe, and therefore the least degree of that opposition is expressed hereby. When it doth anything, it lusteth, as because burning is a general acting of fire, whatever it doth else, it doth also burn. When fire doth anything, it burns, and when the law of sin doth anything, it lusts. Hence, all the actings of this law of sin are called the lusts of the flesh, Galatians 5:16. You shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. Romans 13:14. Make no provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. Nor are these lusts of the flesh those only whereby men act their sensuality in riot, drunkenness, uncleanness, and the like, but they comprehend all the actings of the law of sin whatever, and all the faculties and affections of the soul. Thus Ephesians 2:3, we have mention of the desires or wills or lusts of the mind as well as of the flesh. The mind, the most spiritual part of the soul, hath its lusts, no less than the sensual appetite, which seems sometimes more properly to be called the flesh. And in the products of these lusts there are defilements of the spirit as well as of the flesh, 2 Corinthians 7:1. That is, of the mind and understanding, as well of the appetite and affections, and the body that attends their service. And in the blamelessness of all these consists our holiness, for Thessalonians 5:23, the God of peace sanctify you wholly, and I pray God your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Yea, by the flesh in this matter the whole old man, or the law of sin, is intended, John 3:6. That which is born of the flesh is flesh. That is, it is all soul, and nothing else, and whatever remains of the old nature in the new man is flesh still. And this flesh lusteth, this law of sin doth so, which is the general bottom and foundation of all its opposition unto God. And this it doth two ways. Number one, in a hidden close propensity unto all evil. This lies in it habitually, whilst a man is in the state of nature, fully under the power and dominion of this law of sin. It is said that every figment of his heart is evil, and that continually, Genesis 6:5. It can frame, fashion, produce, or act nothing but what is evil, because this habitual propensity unto evil that is in the law of sin is absolutely predominant in such a one. It is in the heart like poison that hath nothing to allay its venomous qualities, and so infects whatever it touches. And where the power and dominion of it is broken, yet in its own nature it hath still an habitual propensity unto that which is evil, wherein its lusting doth consist. But here we must distinguish between the habitual frame of the heart and the natural propensity or habitual inclination of the law of sin in the heart. The habitual inclination of the heart is denominated from the principle that bears chief or sovereign rule in it. And therefore in believers it is unto good, unto God, unto holiness, unto obedience. The heart is not habitually inclined unto evil by the remainders of indwelling sin, but this sin in the heart hath a constant, habitual propensity unto evil in itself, or its own nature. This the apostle intends by its being present with us. It is present with me, that is, always and for its own end, which is to lust and to sin. It is with indwelling sin as with a river, whilst the springs and fountains of it are open, and waters are continually supplied unto its streams, set a dam before it, and it causeth it to rise and swell until it bear down all or overflow the banks about it. Let these waters be abated, dried up in some good measure in the springs of them, and the remainder may be coerced and restrained. But still, as long as there is any running water, it will constantly press upon what stands before it, according to its weight and strength, because it is its nature so to do. And if by any means it makes a passage, it will proceed. So is it with indwelling sin. Whilst the springs and fountains of it are open, in vain is it for men to set a dam before it by their convictions, resolutions, vows, and promises. They may check it for a while, but it will increase, rise high, and rage at one time or another, until it bears down all those convictions and resolutions, or make itself an underground passage by some secret lust that shall give a full vent unto it. But now suppose that the springs of it are much dried up by regenerating grace, the streams or actings of it abated by holiness, yet whilst anything remains of it, it will be pressing constantly to have vent, to press forward into actual sin, and this is its lusting. And this habitual propensity in it is discovered two ways. Number one, in its unexpected surprisals of the soul into foolish, sinful figments and imaginations, which it looked not for, nor was any occasion administered unto them. It is with indwelling sin, as it is with the contrary principle of sanctifying grace. This gives the soul, if I may so say, many a blessed surprisal. It oftentimes ingenerates and brings forth a holy spiritual frame in the heart and mind, when we have had no previous rational considerations to work them thereunto. And this manifests it to be an habitual principle prevailing in the mind. So Canticle 6:12, or ever I was aware, my soul made me as the chariots of Amminadab, that is, free, willing, and ready for communion with Christ. I knew not, it was done by the power of the Spirit of grace, so that I took no notice of it, as it were, until it was done. The frequent actings of grace in this manner, exciting acts of faith, love, and complacency in God, are evidences of much strength and prevalency of it in the soul. And thus also is it with indwelling sin. The soul is aware, without any provocation or temptation. When it knows not, it is cast into a vain and foolish frame. Sin produceth its figment secretly in the heart, and prevents the mind's consideration of what it is about. I mean hereby those first acts of the soul, which are thus far involuntary, is that they have not the actual consent of the will unto them, but are voluntary as far as sin hath its residence in the will. And these surprisals, if the soul be not awake to take speedy care for the prevention of their tendency, do oftentimes set all, as it were, on fire, and engage the mind and affections into actual sin. For as by grace we are oftentimes, we are aware, made as the chariots of a willing people, and are far engaged in heavenly mindedness and communion with Christ, making speed in it as in a chariot, so by sin are we oftentimes, we are aware, carried into distempered affections, foolish imaginations, and pleasing delightfulness in things that are not good nor profitable. Hence is that caution of the Apostle, Galatians 6:1, if a man be surprised at unawares with a fault or in a transgression. I doubt not but the subtlety of Satan and the power of temptation are here taken into consideration by the Apostle, which causeth him to express a man's falling into sin by, if he be surprised. So this working of indwelling sin also hath its consideration in it, and that in the chiefest place, without which nothing else could surprise us. For without the help thereof, whatever comes from without, from Satan or the world, must admit of some parley in the mind before it be received. But it is from within, from ourselves, that we are surprised. Hereby are we disappointed and wrought over to do that which we would not, and hindered from the doing of that which we would. Hence it is that when the soul is oftentimes doing as it were quite another thing, engaged quite upon another design, sin starts that in the heart or imaginations of it that carries it away into that which is evil and sinful. Yea, to manifest its power sometimes, when the soul is seriously engaged in the mortification of any sin, it will by one means or other lead it away into a dalliance with that very sin, whose ruin it is seeking, and whose mortification it is engaged in. But, as there is in this operation of the law of sin a special enticing or entangling, we shall speak unto it fully afterward. Now these surprisals can be from nothing but an habitual propensity unto evil, in the principle from whence they proceed, not an habitual inclination unto actual sin in the mind or heart, but an habitual propensity unto evil in the sin that is in the mind or heart. This prevents the soul with its figments. How much communion with God is hereby prevented? How many meditations are disturbed? How much the minds and consciences of men have been defiled by this acting of sin? Some may have observed. I know no greater burden in the life of a believer than these involuntary surprises of soul, involuntary, I say, as to the actual consent of the will, but not so in respect of that corruption which is in the will, and is the principle of them. And it is in respect unto these that the apostle makes his complaint, Romans 7:24. Number 2, this habitual inclination manifests itself in its readiness and promptness, without dispute, to join and close with every temptation whereby it may possibly be excited, as we know it is in the nature of fire to burn, because it immediately lays hold on whatever is combustible. Let any temptation whatever be proposed unto a man, the suitableness of whose matter unto his corruptions or manner of its proposal makes it a temptation. Immediately he hath not only to do with the temptation as outwardly proposed, but also with his own heart about it. Without further consideration or debate, the temptation hath got a friend in him. Not a moment's space is given between the proposal and the necessity there is incumbent on the soul to look to its enemy within, and this also argues a constant habitual propensity unto evil. Our Savior said of the assaults and temptations of Satan, "The prince of this world cometh, and he hath no part in me." John 14:30. He had more temptations, intensively and extensively in number, quality, and fierceness from Satan and the world, than ever had any of the sons of men, but yet in all of them he had to deal only with that which came from without. His holy heart had nothing like to them, suited to them, or ready to give them entertainment. The prince of this world had nothing in him. So it was with Adam. When a temptation befell him, he had only the outward proposal to look unto. All was well within until the outward temptation took place and prevailed. With us it is not so. In a city that is at unity in itself, compact and entire, without divisions and parties, if an enemy approach about it, the rulers and inhabitants have no thoughts at all, but only how they may oppose the enemy without, and resist him in his approaches. But if the city be divided in itself, if there be factions and traitors within, the very first thing they do is to look to the enemies at home, the traitors within, to cut off the head of Sheba, if they will be safe. All was well with Adam within doors when Satan came, so that he had nothing to do but to look to his assaults and approaches. But now, on the access of any temptation, the soul is instantly to look in, where it shall find this traitor at work, closing with the baits of Satan, and stealing away the heart. And this it doth always, which evinceth an habitual inclination. Psalm 38:17 saith David, I am ready to halt, or for halting. I am prepared and disposed unto hallucination, to the slipping of my foot into sin. Verse 16, as he expounds the meaning of that phrase, Psalm 73, 2 and 3. There was from indwelling sin a continual disposition in him to be slipping, stumbling, halting on every occasion or temptation. There is nothing so vain, foolish, ridiculous, fond, nothing so vile and abominable, nothing so atheistical or execrable, but if it be proposed unto the soul in a way of temptation, there is that in this law of sin which is ready to answer it before it be decried by grace. And this is the first thing in this lusting of the law of sin. It consists in its habitual propensity unto evil, manifesting itself by the involuntary surprisals of the soul unto sin, and its readiness without dispute or consideration to join in all temptations whatever. Number 2, its lusting consists in its actual pressing after that which is evil, and actual opposition unto that which is good. The former instance showed its constant readiness to this work. This now treats of the work itself. It is not only ready, but for the most part always engaged. It lusteth, saith the Holy Ghost. It doth so continually. It stirreth in the soul by one act or other constantly, almost as the spirits in the blood, or the blood in the veins. This the apostle calls its tempting, James 1:14. Every man is tempted of his own lust. Now, what is it to be tempted? It is to have that proposed to a man's consideration, which, if he close with, it is evil, it is sin unto him. This is sin's trade. It lusteth. It is raising up in the heart and proposing unto the mind and affections that which is evil, trying, as it were, whether the soul will close with its suggestions, or how far it will carry them on, though it do not wholly prevail. Now when such a temptation comes from without, it is unto the soul an indifferent thing, neither good nor evil, unless it be consented unto. But the very proposal from within, it being the soul's own act, is its sin. And this is the work of the law of sin. It is restlessly and continually raising up and proposing innumerable various forms and appearances of evil in this or that kind, indeed in every kind that the nature of man is capable to exercise corruption in. Something or other, in matter or manner or circumstance, inordinate, unspiritual, unanswerable unto the rule, it hatcheth and proposeth unto the soul. And this power of sin to beget figments and ideas of actual sin in the heart, the apostle may have respect unto, 1 Thessalonians 5:22. Keep yourselves from every figment or idea of sin in the heart. For the word there used doth not anywhere signify an outward form or appearance, neither is it the appearance of evil, but an evil idea or figment that is intended. And this lusting of sin is that which the prophet expresseth in wicked men, in whom the law of it is predominant. Isaiah 57:20, the wicked are like the troubled sea, when it cannot rest, whose waters cast up mire and dirt. A similitude most lively, expressing the lustings of the law of sin, restlessly and continually bubbling up in the heart, with wicked, foolish, and filthy imaginations and desires. This, then, is the first thing in the opposition that this enmity makes to God, namely, in its general inclination, it lusteth. Secondly, there is its particular way of contending. It fights or wars. That is, it acts with strength and violence as men do in war. First, it lusts, stirring and moving inordinate figments in the mind, desires in the appetite and the affections, proposing them to the will. But it rests not there. It cannot rest. It urges, presses, and pursueth its proposals with earnestness, strength, and vigor, fighting and contending, and warring to obtain its end and purpose. Would it merely stir up and propose things to the soul and immediately acquiesce in the sentence and judgment of the mind that the thing is evil, against God and His will, and not farther to be insisted on, much sin might be prevented that is now produced. But it rests not here. It proceeds to carry on its design, and that with earnestness and contention. By this means wicked men inflame themselves. Isaiah 57:5. They are self-inflamers, as the word signifies, unto sin. Every spark of sin is cherished in them until it grows into a flame, and so it will do in others where it is so cherished. Now, this fighting or warring of sin consists in two things. Number one, in its rebellion against grace or the law of the mind. Number two, in its assaulting the soul, continued for rule and sovereignty over it. Number one. The first is expressed by the Apostle, Romans 7:23. I find, says he, another law, rebelling against the law of my mind. There are, it seems, two laws in us, the law of the flesh, or of sin, and the law of the mind, or of grace. But contrary laws cannot both obtain sovereign power over the same person at the same time. The sovereign power in believers is in the hand of the law of grace. So the Apostle declares, verse 22, I delight in the law of God in the inward man. Obedience unto this law is performed with delight and complacency in the inward man, because its authority is lawful and good. So more expressly, chapter 6:14, for sin shall not have dominion over you, for ye are not under the law, but under grace. Now to war against the law that hath a just sovereignty is to rebel, and so it is to rebel, and ought to have been so translated, rebelling against the law of my mind. And this rebellion consists in a stubborn, obstinate opposition unto the commands and directions of the law of grace. Doth the law of the mind command anything as duty? Doth it severely rise up against anything that is evil? When the lusting of the law of sin rises up to this degree, it contends against obedience with all its might, the effect whereof, as the Apostle tells us, is the doing that which we would not, and the not doing of that which we would, chapter 7:15 and 16. And we may gather a notable instance of the power of sin in this its rebellion from this place. The law of grace prevails upon the will, so that it would do that which is good. To will is present with me, verse 18, when I would do good, verse 21, and again, verse 19, and I would not do evil. And it prevails upon the understanding, so that it approves or disapproves according to the dictates of the law of grace. Verse 16, I consent unto the law that it is good. And verse 15. The judgment always lies on the side of grace. It prevails also on the affections. Verse 22, I delight in the law of God in the inward man. Now, if this be so, that grace hath the sovereign power in the understanding, will, and affections, whence is it that it doth not always prevail, that we do not always do that which we would, and abstain from that which we would not? Is it not strange that a man should not do that which he chooseth, willeth, liketh, delighteth in? Is there anything more required to enable us unto that which is good? The law of grace doth all, as much as can be expected from it, that which in itself is abundantly sufficient for the perfecting of all holiness and the fear of the Lord. But here lies the difficulty in the entangling opposition that is made by the rebellion of this law of sin. Neither is it expressible with that vigor and variety sin acts itself in this matter. Sometimes it proposes diversion, sometimes it causes weariness, sometimes it finds out difficulties, sometimes it stirs up contrary affections, sometimes it begets prejudices, and one way or other entangles the soul, so that it never suffers grace to have an absolute and complete success in any duty. Verse 18, I find not the way perfectly to work out or accomplish that which is good. So the word signifies that from this opposition and resistance that is made by the law of sin, Now this rebellion appears in two things. Number one, in the opposition that it makes unto the general purpose and course of the soul. Number two, in the opposition it makes unto particular duties. Number one, in the opposition it makes to the general purpose and course of the soul. There is none in whom is the Spirit of Christ, that is His, but it is His general design and purpose to walk in a universal conformity unto Him in all things. Even from the inward frame of the heart to the whole compass of His outward actions, so it is with Him. This God requires in His covenant. Genesis 17:1. Walk before me and be thou perfect. Accordingly, His design is to walk before God, and His frame is sincerity and uprightness therein. This is called cleaving unto the Lord with purpose of heart. Acts 11:23, that is, in all things, and that not with a slothful, dead, ineffectual purpose, but such as is operative and sets the whole soul at work in pursuit of it. This the apostle sets forth, Philippians 3:12 and 14, not as though I had already attained, either were already perfect, but I follow after, if that I may apprehend that for which also I am apprehended of Christ Jesus. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before, I press toward the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. He useth three words excellently, expressing the soul's universal pursuit of this purpose of heart in cleaving unto God. First saith he, verse 12, I follow after, prosecute. The word signifies properly to persecute, which with what earnestness and diligence it is usually done we know. Secondly, I reach forward, reaching with great intention of spirit and affections. It is a great and constant endeavor that is expressed in that word. Thirdly, says he, I press towards the mark, that is, even as men that are running for a prize. All set forth the vigor, earnestness, diligence, and constancy that is used in the pursuit of this purpose. And this the nature of the principle of grace requireth in them in whom it is. But yet we see with what failings, yea, fallings, their pursuit of this course is attended. The frame of the heart is changed, the heart is stolen away, the affections entangled, eruptions of unbelief and distempered passions discovered, carnal wisdom with all its attendancies are set on work, all contrary to the general principle and purpose of the soul. And all of this is from the rebellion of this law of sin, stirring up and provoking the heart unto disobedience. The prophet gives this character of hypocrites, Hosea 10:2, their heart is divided, therefore shall they be found faulty. Now, although this be wholly so in respect of the mind and judgment in hypocrites only, yet it is partially so in the best, in the sense described. They have a division, not of the heart, but in the heart. And thence it is that they are so often found faulty. So saith the apostle, so that we cannot do the things that we would. Galatians 5:17. We cannot accomplish the design of close walking according to the law of grace because of the contrariety and rebellion of this law of sin. Number 2. It rebels also in respect unto particular duties. It raiseth a combustion in the soul against the particular commands and designings of the law of grace. You cannot do the things that you would, that is, the duties which you judge incumbent on you, which you approve and delight in the inward man, you cannot do them as you would. Take an instance in prayer. A man addresseth himself unto that duty. He would not only perform it, but he would perform it in that manner that the nature of the duty and his own condition do require. He would pray in the Spirit, fervently, with sighs and groans that cannot be uttered, in faith, with love and delight, pouring forth his soul unto the Lord. This he aims at. Now oftentimes he shall find a rebellion, a fighting of the law of sin in this matter. He shall find difficulty to get anything done who thought to do all things. I do not say that it is thus always, but it is so when sin wars and rebels, which expresseth an especial acting of its power. Woeful entanglements do poor creatures oftentimes meet withal upon this account. Instead of that free and large communion with God that they aim at, the best that their souls arrive unto is but to go away mourning for their folly, deadness, and indisposition. In a word, there is no command of the law of grace that is known, liked of, and approved by the soul, but when it comes to be observed, this law of sin one way or other makes head and rebels against it. And this is the first way of its fighting. Number 2, it doth not only rebel and resist, but it assaults the soul. It sets upon the law of the mind and grace, which is the second part of its warring, 1 Peter 2:11. They fight or war against the soul, James 4:1. They fight or war in your members. Peter shows what they oppose and fight against, namely the soul, and the law of grace therein. James, what they fight with or by, namely the members, or the corruptions that is in our mortal bodies. Now all war and fighting has somewhat of violence in it, and there is therefore some violence in that acting of sin which the Scripture calls fighting and warring, and this assailing efficacy of sin, as distinguished from its rebelling before treated of, consists in these things that ensue. Number 1. All its positive actings and stirring up unto sin belong to this head, oftentimes by the vanity of the mind or the sensuality of the affections, the folly of the imaginations. It sets upon the soul, then when the law of grace is not actually putting it on duty, so that therein it doth not rebel, but assault. Hence, the apostle cries out, Romans 7:24, "Who shall deliver me from it? Who shall rescue me out of its hand?" as the word signifies. When we pursue an enemy and he resists us, we do not cry out, "Who shall deliver us?" for we are the assailants. But "Who shall rescue me?" is a cry of one who is set upon by an enemy. So it is here. A man is assaulted by his own lust, as James speaks. By the wayside, in his employment, under a duty, sin sets upon the soul with vain imaginations, foolish desires, and would willingly employ the soul to make provision for its satisfaction, which the apostle cautions us against, Romans 13:14. Do not accomplish the providence or projection of the flesh for its own satisfaction. Number 2, its importunity and urgency seems to be noted in the expression of its warring. Enemies in war are restless, pressing, and importunate. So is the law of sin. Doth it set itself upon the soul, cast off its motions, it returns again. Rebuke them by the power of grace. They withdraw for a while and return again. Set before them the cross of Christ. They do as those that came to take him. At sight of him they went backwards and fell into the ground. But they arose again and laid hands on him. Sin gives place for a season, but returns and presseth on the soul again. Mind it of the love of God in Christ, though it be stricken, yet it gives not over. Present hell fire unto it, it rushes into the midst of the flames. Reproach it with its folly and madness, it knows no shame, but presses on still. Let the thoughts of the mind strive to fly from it, it follows as on the wings of the wind. And by this importunity it wearies and wears out the soul. And if the great remedy, Romans 8:3, come not timely, it prevails to a conquest. There is nothing more marvelous nor dreadful in the working of sin than this of its importunity. The soul knows not what to make of it. It dislikes, abhors, abominates the evil it tends unto. It despises the thoughts of it, hates them as hell, and yet is by itself imposed on with them, as if it were another person, an express enemy God within him. All this the apostle discovers, Romans 7:15-17. The things that I do, I hate. It is not of outward actions, but the inward risings of the mind that he treats. I hate them, saith he, I abominate them. But why then will he have anything more to do with them? If he hate them and abhor himself for them, let them alone, have no more to do with them, and so end the matter. Alas, saith he, verse 17, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. I have one within me that is my enemy, that with endless, restless importunity puts these things upon me, even the things that I hate and abominate. I cannot be rid of them. I am weary of myself. I cannot fly from them. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me? I do not say that this is the ordinary condition of believers, but thus it is often when this law of sin rises up to war and fighting. It is not thus with them in respect of particular sins, this or that sin, outward sins, sins of life and conversation, but yet in respect of vanity of mind, inward and spiritual distempers, it is often so. Some, I know, pretend to great perfection, but I am resolved to believe the apostle before them all and every one. Number 3, it carries on its war by entangling of the affections and drawing them into a combination against the mind. Let grace be enthroned in the mind and judgment, yet if the law of sin lays hold upon and entangles the affections or any of them, it hath gotten a fort from whence it continually assaults the soul. Hence, the great duty of mortification is chiefly directed to take place upon the affections. Colossians 3:5. Mortify, therefore, your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry. The members that are upon the earth are our affections, for in the inward part of the body sin is not seated, in particular not covetousness, which is there enumerated, to be mortified amongst our members that are on the earth. Yea, after grace has taken possession of the soul, the affections do become the principal seat of the remainders of sin, and therefore Paul saith that this law is in our members, Romans 7:23, and James, that it wars in our members, chapter 4:1, that is, our affections. And there is no estimate to be taken of the work of mortification aright, but by the affections. We may every day see persons of very eminent light, that yet visibly of unmortified hearts and conversations. Their affections have not been crucified with Christ. Now then, when this law of sin can possess any affection, whatever it be, love, delight, fear, it will make from it and by it fearful assaults upon the soul. For instance, hath it got the love of any one entangled with the world or the things of it, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life? How will it take advantage on every occasion to break in upon the soul? It shall do nothing, attempt nothing, be in no place or company, perform no duty, private or public, but sin will have one blow or other at it. It will be one way or other soliciting for itself. This is the sum of what we shall offer unto this acting of the law of sin, in a way of fighting and warring against our souls, which is so often mentioned in the Scripture. And a due consideration of it is of no small advantage unto us, especially to bring us unto self-abasement, to teach us to walk humbly and mournfully before God. There are two things that are suited to humble the souls of men, and they are, first, a due consideration of God, and then of themselves, of God and His greatness, glory, holiness, power, majesty, and authority, of ourselves and our mean, abject, and sinful condition. Now, of all things in our condition, there is nothing so suited unto this end and purpose as that which lies before us, namely, the vile remainders of enmity against God, which are yet in our hearts and natures. And it is no small evidence of a gracious soul when it is willing to search itself in this matter, and to be helped therein from a word of truth, when it is willing that the word should dive into the secret parts of the heart, and rip open whatever of evil and corruption lies therein. The prophet says of Ephraim, Hosea 10:11, he loved to tread out the corn. He loved to work when he might eat, to have always the corn before him. But God says he would cause him to plow, a labor no less needful, though at present not so delightful. Most men love to hear of the doctrine of grace, of the pardon of sin, of free love, and suppose that they find food therein. However, it is evident that they grow and thrive in the life and notion of them. But to be breaking up the fallow ground of their hearts, to be inquiring after the weeds and briars that grow in them, they delight not so much, though this be no less necessary than the other. This path is not so beaten as that of grace, nor so trodden, though it be the only way to come to a true knowledge of grace itself. It may be some who are wise and grown in other truths may yet be so little skilled in searching their own hearts that they may be slow in the perception and understanding of these things. But this sloth and neglect is to be shaken off if we have any regard unto our own souls. It is more than probable that many a false hypocrite, who have deceived themselves as well as others, because they thought the doctrine of the gospel pleased them, and therefore supposed they believed it, might be delivered from their soul-ruining deceits if they would diligently apply themselves unto the search of their own hearts. Or would other professors walk with so much boldness and security as some do, if they considered aright what a deadly watchful enemy they continually carry about with them and in them? Would they so much indulge as they do carnal joys and pleasures, or pursue their perishing affairs with so much delight and greediness as they do? It were to be wished that we would all apply our hearts more to this work, even to come to a true understanding of the nature, power, and subtlety of this our adversary, that our souls may be humbled, and that, number one, in walking with God. His delight is with the humble and contrite ones, those that tremble at his word, the mourners in Zion, and such are we only when we have a due sense of our own vile condition. This will beget reverence of God, a sense of our distance from him, admiration of his grace and condescension, a due valuation of mercy, far above those light, verbal, airy attainments as some have boasted of. Number two, in walking with others. It lays in provision to prevent those great evils of judging, spiritual unmercifulness, harsh censoring, which I have observed to have been pretended by many who, at the same time, as afterwards hath appeared, have been guilty of greater or worse crimes than those which they have raved against in others. This, I say, will lead us to meekness, compassion, readiness to forgive, to pass by offenses, even when we shall consider what is our state, as the Apostle plainly declares, Galatians 6:1. The man that understands the evil of his own heart, how vile it is the only useful, fruitful, and solid believing and obedient person. Others are only fit to delude themselves, to disquiet families, churches, and all relations whatever. Let us, then, consider our hearts wisely, and then go and see if we can be proud of our gifts, our graces, our valuation and esteem amongst professors, our enjoyments. Let us go, then, and judge, condemn, reproach others that have been tempted. We shall find a great inconsistency in these things, and many things of the like nature might be here added upon the consideration of this woeful effect of indwelling sin. The way of opposing and defeating this design herein shall afterwards be considered. Chapter 7. The captivating power of indwelling sin. The third thing assigned unto this law of sin in its opposition unto God and the law of his grace is that it leads the soul captive. Romans 7:23, I find a law leading me captive, captivating me unto the law of sin. And this is the utmost height which the apostle in that place carries the opposition and warring of the remainders of indwelling sin unto, closing the consideration of it with the complaint of the state and condition of believers thereby, and an earnest prayer for deliverance from it. Verse 24, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? What is contained in this expression and intended by it shall be declared in the ensuing observations. Number 1. It is not directly the power and actings of the law of sin that are here expressed, but its success in and upon its actings. But success is the greatest evidence of power, and leading captive in war is the height of success. None can aim at greater success than to lead their enemies captive, and it is a peculiar expression in the Scripture of great success. So the Lord Christ, on his victory over Satan, is said to lead captivity captive, Ephesians 4:8. That is, to conquer him who had conquered and prevailed upon others. And this he did when by death he destroyed him that had the power of death, that is, the devil. Hebrews 2:14. Here then a great prevalency and power of sin in its warring against the soul is discovered. It so wars as to lead captive, which, had it not great power, it could not do, especially against that resistance of the soul which is included in this expression. Number 2. It is said that it leads the soul captive unto the law of sin, not to this or that sin, particular sin, actual sin, but to the law of sin. God, for the most part, ordereth things so, and gives out such supplies of grace unto believers, as that they shall not be made a prey unto this or that particular sin, that it should prevail in them, and compel them to serve it in the lust thereof, that it should have dominion over them, that they should be captives and slaves unto it. This is that which David prays so earnestly against. Psalm 19:12 and 13. Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright. He supposeth the continuance of the law of sin in him, verse 12, which will bring forth heirs of life and secret sins, against which he findeth relief in pardoning and cleansing mercy, which he prays for. This, saith he, will be my condition. But for sins of pride and boldness, such as all sins are that get dominion in a man, that make a captive of a man, the Lord restrain thy servant from them. For what sin soever gets such power in a man, be it in its own nature small or great, it becomes in him in whom it is a sin of boldness, pride, and presumption. For these things are not reckoned from the nature or kind of the sin, but from its prevalency and customariness, wherein its pride, boldness, and contempt of God doth consist. To the same purpose, if I mistake not, prays Jabez, 1 Chronicles 4:10. O that thou wouldest bless me indeed, and enlarge my coast, and that thine hand might be with me, and that thou wouldest keep me from evil, that it may not grieve me. The holy man took occasion from his own name to pray against sin, that might not be a grief and sorrow to him by his power and prevalency. I confess sometimes it may come to this with a believer, that for a season he may be led captive by some particular sin, and may have so much prevalency in him as to have power over him. So it seems to have been with David, when he lay so long in his sin without repentance, and was plainly so with those in Isaiah 57:17 and 18. For the iniquity of his covetous was I wroth, and smote him. I hid me and was wroth, and he went on frowardly in the way of his heart. I have seen his ways, and will heal him. They continued under the power of their covetousness, so that no dealings of God with them for so long a time could reclaim them. But for the most part, when any lust or sin doth so prevail, it is from the advantage and furtherance that it hath got by some powerful temptation of Satan. He hath poisoned it, inflamed it, and entangled the soul. So the apostle, speaking of such as through sin were fallen off from their holiness, says, they were in the snare of the devil, being taken captive by him at his will. 2 Timothy 2:26. Though it were their own lust that they served, yet they were brought into bondage thereunto by being entangled in some snare of Satan. And thence they are said to be taken alive as a poor beast in a toil. And here, by the way, we may a little inquire whether the prevailing power of a particular sin in any be from itself or from the influence of temptation upon it, concerning which at present take only these two observations. Number 1. Much of the prevalency of sin upon the soul is certainly from Satan, when the perplexing and captivating sin hath no peculiar footing nor advantage in the nature, constitution, or condition of the sinner. When any lust grows high and prevailing more than others upon its own account, it is from the peculiar advantage that it hath in the natural constitution, or the station or condition of the person in the world. For otherwise the law of sin gives an equal propensity unto all evil, and equal vigor unto every lust. When, therefore, it cannot be discerned that the captivating sin is peculiarly fixed in the nature of the sinner, or his advantage from his education or employment in the world, the prevalency of it is peculiarly from Satan. He hath got to the root of it, and hath given it poison and strength. Yea, perhaps, sometimes that which may seem to the soul to be the corrupt lusting of the heart is nothing but Satan's imposing his suggestions on the imagination. If, then, a man find an importunate rage from any corruption that is not evidently seated in his nature, let him, as the papists say, cross himself, or fly by faith to the cross of Christ, for the devil is nigh at hand. Number 2, when a lust is prevalent unto captivity, where it brings in no advantage to the flesh, it is from Satan. All that the law of sin doth of itself is to serve the providence of the flesh, Romans 13:14. And it must bring in unto it somewhat of the profits and pleasures that are its object. Now, if the prevailing sin do not so act in itself, if it be more spiritual and inward, it is much from Satan by the imagination, more than the corruption of the heart itself. But this by the way. I say, then, that the apostle treats not here of our being captivated unto this or that sin, but unto the law of sin. That is, we are compelled to bear its presence and burden, whether we will or not. Sometimes the soul thinks or hopes that it may through grace be utterly freed from this troublesome inmate. Upon some sweet enjoyment of God, some full supply of grace, some return from wandering, some deep affliction, some thorough humiliation, the poor soul begins to hope that it shall now be freed from the law of sin, but after a while it perceives that it is quite otherwise. Sin acts again, makes good its old station, and the soul finds, whether it will or no, it must bear its yoke. This makes it sigh and cry out for deliverance. Number 3, this leading captive argues a prevalency against the retinency or contrary actings of the will. This is intimated plainly in this expression, namely, that the will opposeth and makes head, as it were, against the working of sin. This the apostle declares in those expressions which he uses, chapter 7, 15, 19, and 20, and herein consists the lusting of the Spirit against the flesh, Galatians 5:17, that is, the continuing of grace to expel and subdue it. The spiritual habits of grace that are in the will do so resist and act against it, and the excitation of those habits by the Spirit are directed to the same purpose. This leading captive is contrary, I say, to the inclinations and actings of the renewed will. No man is made a captive, but against his will. Captivity is misery and trouble, and no man willingly puts himself into trouble. Men choose it in its causes, and in the ways and means leading unto it, but not in itself. So the prophet informs us, Hosea 5:11, Ephraim was not willingly oppressed and broken in judgment. That was his mercy and trouble, but he willingly walked after the commandment of the idolatrous kings which brought him thereunto. Whatever consent, then, the soul may give unto sin, which is the means of this captivity, it gives none to the captivity itself, that is, against the will wholly. Hence these things ensue, number 1, that the power of sin is great, which is that which we are in demonstration of, and this appears in its prevalency unto captivity against the actings and continuings of the will for liberty from it. Had it no opposition made unto it, or were its adversary weak, negligent, slothful, it were no great evidence of its power that it made captives. but its prevailing against diligence, activity, watchfulness, the constant retenancy of the will, this evinceth its efficacy. Number 2. This leading captive intimates manifold particular successes. Had it not success in particular, it could not be said at all to lead captive. Rebel it might, assail it might, but it cannot be said to lead captive without some successes. And there are several degrees of the success of the law of sin in the soul. Sometimes it carries the person unto outward actual sin, which is its utmost aim. Sometimes it obtaineth the consent of the will, but is cast out by grace and proceeds no further. Sometimes it wearies and entangles the soul, that it turns aside, as it were, and leaves contending, which is a success also. One or more or all of these must be where captivity takes place. Such a kind, of course, doth the apostle ascribe unto covetousness, 1 Timothy 4:9 and 10. Number 3. This leading captive manifests this condition to be miserable and wretched, to be thus yoked and dealt with against the judgment of the mind, the choice and consent of the will, its utmost strivings and contendings. How sad it is, when the neck is sore and tender with former pressures, to be compelled to bear the yoke again. This pierces, this grieves, this even breaks the heart. When the soul is principled by grace unto a loathing of sin, of every evil way, to a hatred of the least discrepancy between itself and the holy will of God, then to be imposed on by this law of sin, with all that enmity and folly, that deadness and filth wherewith it is attended, what more dreadful condition? All captivity is dreadful in its own nature. The greatest aggravation of it is from the condition of the tyrant into whom anyone is captivated. Now what can be worse than this law of sin? Hence, the apostle, having once mentioned this captivity, cries out as one quite weary and ready to faint, chapter 7:24. Number 4. This condition is peculiar to believers. Unregenerate men are not said to be led captive to the law of sin. They may indeed be led captive unto this or that particular sin or corruption. That is, they may be forced to serve it against the power of their convictions. They are convinced of the evil of it. An adulterer of his uncleanness, a drunkard of his abomination, and make some resolutions that may be against it, but their lust is too hard for them. They cannot cease to sin, and so are made captives or slaves to this or that particular sin. But they cannot be said to be led captive to the law of sin, and that because they are willingly subject unto it. It hath, as it were, a rightful dominion over them, and they oppose it not, but only when it hath eruptions to the disturbance of their consciences, and then the opposition they make unto it is not from their wills, but is the mere acting of an affrighted conscience and a convinced mind. They regard not the nature of sin, but its guilt and consequences. But to be brought into captivity is that which befalls a man against his will, which is all that shall be spoken unto this degree of the actings of the power of sin manifesting itself in its success. The fourth and last degree of the opposition made by the law of sin to God and the law of His will and grace is in its rage and madness. There is madness in its nature. Ecclesiastes 9:3. The heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart. The evil that the heart of man is full of by nature is that indwelling sin whereof we speak. And this is so in their heart that it rises up unto madness. The Holy Ghost expresses this rage of sin by a fit similitude, which He uses in sundry places, as Jeremiah 2:24, Hosea 8:9. It maketh man as a wild ass. She traverseth her ways, and snuffeth up the wind, and runneth whither her mind or lust leads her. And He saith of idolaters, enraged with their lust, that they are mad upon their idols. Jeremiah 50:38. We may a little consider what lies in this madness and rage of sin, and how it riseth up, thereunto. Number 1, for the nature of it. It seems to consist in a violent, heady, pertinacious pressing unto evil or sin. Violence, importunity, impertinency are in it. It is a tearing and torturing of the soul by any sin to force its consent and to obtain satisfaction. It riseth up in the heart, is denied by the law of grace and rebuked. It returns and exerts its poison again. The soul is startled, casts it off. It returns again with new violence and importunity. The soul cries out for help and deliverance, looks round about to all springs of gospel grace and relief, trembles at the furious assaults of sin, and casts itself into the arms of Christ for deliverance. And if it be not able to take that course, it is foiled and hurried up and down through the mire and filth of foolish imaginations, corrupt and noisome lusts, which rend and tear it, as if they would devour its whole spiritual life and power. It was not much otherwise with them whom we instanced in before. Isaiah 57:17. They had inflamed, enraged lust working in them, even covetousness, or the love of this world, by which, as the apostle speaks, men pierce themselves through with many sorrows. God is angry with them, and discovereth his wrath by all the ways and means that it was possible for them to be made sensible of. He was wroth and smote them. But though it may be this staggered them a little, yet they went on. He is angry and hides himself from them, deserts them as to his gracious, assisting, comforting presence. Doth this work the effect? No, they go on forwardly still, as men mad on their covetousness. Nothing could put a stop to their raging lust. This is plain madness and fury. We need not seek far for instances. We see men mad on their lusts every day, and, which is the worst kind of madness, their lusts do not rage so much in them as they rage in the pursuit of them. Are those greedy pursuits of things in the world, which we see some men engaged in, though they have other pretenses, indeed anything else but plain madness in the pursuit of their lusts? God, who searcheth the hearts of men, knows that the most of things that are done with other pretenses in the world are nothing but the actings of men, mad and furious in the pursuit of their lusts. Number 2, that sin ariseth not unto this height ordinarily, but when it hath got a double advantage. Number 1, that it be provoked, enraged, and heightened by some great temptation. Though it be a poison in itself, yet, being inbred in nature, it grows not violently outrageous without the contribution of some new poison of Satan unto it in a suitable temptation. It was the advantage that Satan got against David by a suitable temptation that raised his lust to that rage and madness which it went forth unto in the business of Bathsheba and Uriah. Though sin be always a fire in the bones, yet it flames not unless Satan come with his bellows to blow it up. And let anyone in whom the law of sin ariseth to this height of rage seriously consider, and he may find out where the devil stands and puts in the business. Number 2, it must be advantaged by some former entertainment and prevalency. Sin grows not to this height at its first assault. Had it not been suffered to make its entrance, had there not been some yielding in the soul, this had not come about. The great wisdom and security of the soul in dealing with indwelling sin is to put a violent stop unto its beginnings, its first motions and actings. Venture all on the first attempt. Die rather than yield one step unto it. If through the deceit of sin, or the negligence of the soul, or its carnal confidence to give bounds to lust actings at other seasons, it makes any entrance into the soul, and finds any entertainment, it gets strength and power, and insensibly ariseth to the frame under consideration. Thou hast never had the experience of the fury of sin, if thou hast not been content with some of its dalliances. Hast thou not brought up this servant, this slave, delicately, it would not have now presumed beyond the sun? Now, when the law of sin in any particular hath got this double advantage, the furtherance of vigorous temptation and some prevalency formerly obtained, whereby it is let into the strengths of the soul, it often riseth up to this frame whereof we speak. Number 3. We may see what accompanies this rage and madness, what are the properties of it, and what effects it produceth. Number 1, there is in it the casting off, for a time at least, of the yoke, rule, and government of the Spirit and law of grace. Where grace hath the dominion, it will never utterly be expelled from its throne. It will still keep its right and sovereignty. But its influences may for a season be intercepted, and its government be suspended by the power of sin. Can we think that the law of grace had any actual influence of rule on the heart of David, when upon the provocation received by Nabal, he was so hurried with the desire of self-revenge that he cried, "Gird on your swords," to his companions, and resolved not to leave alive one man of his whole household? 1 Samuel 25:34, or that Esau was in any better frame when he smote the prophet and put him in prison, that spake unto him in the name of the Lord? Sin in this case is like an untamed horse, which, having first cast off his rider, runs away with fierceness and rage. It first casts off a present sense of the yoke of Christ and the law of his grace, and then hurries the soul at its pleasure. Let us a little consider how this is done. The seat and residence of grace is in the whole soul. It is in the inner man. It is in the mind, the will, and the affections, for the whole soul is renewed by it into the image of God, Ephesians 4:23 and 24, and the whole man is a new creature, 2 Corinthians 5:17. And in all these doth it exert its power and efficacy. Its rule or dominion is the pursuit of its effectual working in all the faculties of the soul, as they are one united principle of moral and spiritual operations. So then, the interrupting of its exercise, of its rule and power by the law of sin, must consist in its contrary acting in and upon the faculties and affections of the soul, whereon and by which grace should exert its power and efficacy. And this it doth. It darkens the mind, partly through innumerable vain prejudices and false reasonings, as we shall see when we come to consider its deceitfulness, and partly through the steaming of the affections, heated with some noisome lusts that have laid hold on them. Hence, that saving light that is in the mind is clouded and stifled, that it cannot put forth its transforming power to change the soul into the likeness of Christ discovered unto it, which is its proper work. Romans 12:2. The habitual inclination of the will to obedience, which is the next way of the working of the law of grace, is first weakened, then cast aside and rendered useless by the continual solicitations of sin and temptation, so that the will first lets go its hold and disputes whether it shall yield or no, and at last gives up itself to its adversary. And for the affections, commonly the beginning of this evil is in them. They cross one another and torture the soul with their impetuous violence. By this way is the rule of the law of grace intercepted by the law of sin, even by imposing upon it in the whole seat of its government. When this is done, it is sad work that sin will make of the soul. The apostle warns believers to take heed thereof, chapter 6:12. Let not sin, therefore, reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lusts thereof. Look to it that it get not the dominion, that it usurp not rule, no, not for a moment. It will labor to intrude itself unto the throne. Watch against it, or a woeful state and condition lies at the door. This, then, accompanies this rage and madness of the law of sin. It casts off, during its prevalency, the rule of the law of grace wholly. It speaks in the soul, but is not heard. It commands the contrary, but is not obeyed. It cries out, "Do not this abominable thing which the Lord hateth," but is not regarded. That is, not so far as to be able to put a present stop to the rage of sin, and to recover its own rule, which God in His own time restores to it by the power of His Spirit dwelling in us. Number 2, madness or rage is accompanied with fearlessness and contempt of danger. It takes away the power of consideration and all that influence that it ought to have upon the soul. Hence, sinners that are wholly under the power of this rage are said to run upon God in the thick bosses of his buckler. Job 15:26, that wherein he is armed for their utter ruin. They despise the utmost that he can do to them, being secretly resolved to accomplish their lust, though it cost them their souls. Some few considerations will further clear this unto us. 1. Ofttimes, when the soul is broken loose from the power of renewing grace, God deals with it to keep it within bounds by preventing grace. So the Lord declares that he will deal with Israel. Hosea 2:6, seeing thou hast rejected me, I will take another course with thee. I will lay obstacles before thee, that thou shalt not be able to pass on whither the fury of thy lust would drive thee. He will propose that to them from without that shall obstruct them in their progress. 2. These hindrances that God lays in the ways of sinners, as shall be afterward at large declared, are of 2 sorts. First, rational considerations taken from the consequence of the sin and evil that the soul is solicited unto and perplexed withal. Such are the fear of death, judgment, and hell, falling into the hands of the living God, who is a consuming fire. Whilst a man is under the power of the law of the Spirit of life, the love of Christ constraineth him. 2 Corinthians 5:14. The principle of his doing good and abstaining from evil is faith working by love, accompanied with a following of Christ because of the sweet savor of his name. But now, when this blessed easy yoke is for a season cast off, so as was manifested before, God sets a hedge of terror before the soul, minds it of death and judgment to come, flashes the flames of hell fire in the face, fills the soul with consideration of all the evil consequence of sin, to deter it from its purpose. To this end doth he make use of all threatenings recorded in the law and gospel. To this head also may be referred all the considerations that may be taken from things temporal, as shame, reproach, scandal, punishments, and the like. By the consideration of these things, I say, doth God set a hedge before them. Secondly, providential dispensations are used by the Lord to the same purpose, and these are of 2 sorts. First, such as are suited to work upon the soul and cause it to desist and give over in its lustings and pursuit of sin. Such are afflictions and mercies. Isaiah 57:17. I was wroth, and I smote them. I testified my dislike of their ways by afflictions. So Hosea 2:9 and 11 and 12. God chastens men with pains on their bodies, saith he in Job 33:17-19, and other ways he hath to come to them and touch them, as in their names, relations, estates, and desirable things, or else he heaps mercies on them, that they may consider whom they are rebelling against, and maybe signal distinguishing mercies are made their portion for many days. Secondly, such as actually hinder the soul from pursuing sin, though it be resolved so to do. The various ways whereby God doth this we must afterward consider. These are the ways, I say, whereby the soul is dealt with, after the law of indwelling sin has cast off for a season the influencing power of the law of grace. But now when lust rises up to rage or madness, it will also contemn all these, even the rod in him that hath appointed it. It will rush on shame, reproaches, wrath, and whatever may befall it. That is, though they be presented unto it, it will venture upon them all. Rage and madness is fearless, and this it doth 2 ways. First, it possesseth the mind, that it suffers not the consideration of these things to dwell upon it, but renders the thoughts of them slight and invented, Or if the mind do force itself to a contemplation of them, yet it interposeth between it and the affections, that they shall not be influenced by it in any proportion to what is required. The soul in such a condition will be able to take such things into contemplation, and not at all to be moved by them, and where they do prevail for a season, yet they are insensibly wrought off from the heart again. Secondly, by secret stubborn resolves to venture all upon the way wherein it is. And this is the second branch of this evidence of the power of sin, taken from the opposition that it makes to the law of grace, as it were by the way of force, strength, and violence. The consideration of its deceit doth now follow. The nature and power of indwelling sin, chapter 8. Indwelling sin proved powerful from its deceit, proved to be deceitful. The second part of the evidence of the power of sin from its manner of operation is taken from its deceitfulness. It adds in its working deceit unto power. The efficacy of that must needs be great, and is carefully to be watched against by all such as value their souls, where power and deceit are combined, especially advantaged and assisted by all the ways and means before insisted on. Before we come to show wherein the nature of this deceitfulness of sin doth consist, and how it prevaileth thereby, some testimony shall be briefly given in unto the thing itself, and some light into the general nature of it. That sin, indwelling sin, is deceitful, we have the express testimony of the Holy Ghost, as Hebrews 3:13. Take heed that you be not hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. Deceitful it is. Take heed of it. Watch against it, or it will produce its utmost effect in hardening of the heart against God. It is on the account of sin that the heart is said to be deceitful above all things, Jeremiah 17:9. Take a man in other things, and as Job speaks, though he would be wise and crafty, he is like the wild ass's colt. Chapter 11:12, a poor, vain, empty nothing. But consider his heart on the account of this law of sin. It is crafty and deceitful above all things. They are wise to do evil, saith the prophet, but to do good they have no knowledge. Jeremiah 4:22. To the same purpose speaks the apostle, Ephesians 4:22. The old man is corrupt according to the deceitful lust. Every lust, which is a branch of this law of sin, is deceitful, and where there is poison in every stream, the fountain must needs be corrupt. No particular lust hath any deceit in it, but what is communicated unto it from this fountain of all actual lust, this law of sin. And 2 Thessalonians 2:10, the coming of the man of sin is said to be in and with the deceivableness of unrighteousness. Unrighteousness is a thing generally decried and evil spoken of amongst men, so that it is not easy to conceive how any man should prevail himself of a reputation thereby. But there is a deceivableness in it, whereby the minds of men are turned aside from a due consideration of it, as we shall manifest afterward. And thus the account which the apostle gives concerning those who are under the power of sin is that they are deceived, Titus 3:3, and the life of evil men is nothing but deceiving and being deceived, 2 Timothy 3:13, so that we have sufficient testimony given unto this qualification of the enemy with whom we have to deal. He is deceitful, which consideration of all things puts the mind of man to a loss in dealing with an adversary. He knows he can have no security against one that is deceitful, but in standing upon his own guard and defense all his days. Farther, to manifest the strength and advantage that sin hath by its deceit, we may observe that the Scripture places it for the most part as the head and spring of every sin, even as though there were no sin followed after, but where deceit went before. So 1 Timothy 2:13 and 14. The reason the apostle gives why Adam, though he was first formed, was not first in the transgression is because he was not first deceived. The woman, though made last, yet being first deceived, was first in sin. Even that first sin began in deceit, and until the mind was deceived, the soul was safe. Eve, therefore, did truly express the matter, Genesis 3:13, though she did it not to a good end. The serpent beguiled me, saith she, and I did eat. She thought to extenuate her own crime by charging the serpent, and this was a new fruit of the sin she had cast herself into. But the matter of fact was true. She was beguiled before she ate. Deceit went before the transgression. And the apostle shows that sin and Satan still take the same course. 2 Corinthians 11:3. There is, saith he, the same way of working towards actual sin as was of old. Beguiling, deceiving goes before, and sin, that is, the actual accomplishment of it, followeth after. Hence, all the great works that the devil doth in the world to stir men up to an opposition unto the Lord Jesus Christ and his kingdom, he doth them by deceit. Revelations 12:9, the devil who deceiveth the whole world. It were utterly impossible men should be prevailed on to abide in his service, acting his designs to their eternal and sometimes their temporal ruin, were they not exceedingly deceived. Hence are those manifold cautions that are given us to take heed that we be not deceived, if we would take heed that we do not sin. From all which testimonies we may learn the influence that deceit hath into sin, and consequently the advantage that the law of sin hath to put forth its power by its deceitfulness. Where it prevails to deceive, it fails not to bring forth its fruit. The ground of this efficacy of sin by deceit is taken from the faculty of the soul affected with it. Deceit properly affects the mind. It is the mind that is deceived. When sin attempts any other way of entrance into the soul, as by the affections, the mind, retaining its right and sovereignty, is able to give check and control unto it. But where the mind is tainted, the prevalency must be great, for the mind or understanding is the leading faculty of the soul, and what that fixes on, the will and affections rush after, being capable of no consideration, but what that presents unto them. Hence it is, that though the entanglement of the affections unto sin be oft times most troublesome, yet the deceit of the mind is always most dangerous, and that because of the place that it possesses, and the soul is unto all its operations. Its office is to guide, direct, choose, and lead. And if the light that is in us be darkness, how great is that darkness? And this will further appear if we consider the nature of deceit in general. It consists in presenting unto the soul or mind things otherwise than they are, either in their nature, causes, effects, or present respect unto the soul. This is the general nature of deceit, and it prevails many ways. It hides what ought to be seen and considered, conceals circumstances and consequences, presents what is not, or things as they are not, as we shall afterward manifest in particular. It was showed before that Satan beguiled and deceived our first parents. That term the Holy Ghost gives unto his temptation and seduction. And how he did deceive them, the Scripture relates, Genesis 3:4 and 5. He did it by representing things otherwise than they were. The fruit was desirable, that was apparent unto the eye. Hence Satan takes advantage secretly to insinuate that it was merely an abridgment of their happiness that God aimed at in forbidding them to eat of it. That it was for the trial of their obedience, that certain, though not immediate ruin would ensue upon the eating of it, he hides from them. Only he proposeth the present advantage of knowledge, and so presents the whole case quite otherwise unto them than indeed it was. This is the nature of deceit. It is a representation of a matter under disguise, hiding that which is undesirable, proposing that which indeed is not in it, that the mind may make a false judgment of it. So Jacob deceived Isaac by his brother's raiment, and the skins on his hands and neck. Again, Deceit hath advantage by that way of management which is inseparable from it. It always is carried on by degrees, by little and little, that the whole of the design and aim in hand be not at once discovered. So dealt Satan in that great deceit before mentioned. He proceeds in it by steps and degrees. First, he takes off an objection, and tells them they shall not die, then proposeth a good knowledge to them, and their being like God thereby. To hide and conceal ends, to proceed by steps and degrees, to make use of what is obtained, and thence to press on to further effects, is the true nature of deceit. Stephen tells us that the king of Egypt dealt subtly or deceitfully with their kindred, Acts 7:19. How he did it we may see, Exodus 1. He did not at first fall to killing and slaying of them, but says, verse 10, "Come, let us deal wisely," beginning to oppress them. This brings forth their bondage, verse 11. Having got this ground to make them slaves, he proceeds to destroy their children, verse 16. He fell not on them all at once, but by degrees. And this may suffice to show in general that sin is deceitful in the advantages that it hath thereby. For the way and manner and progress of sin in working by deceit, we have it fully expressed, James 1:14 and 15. Every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust, and enticed. Then when lust has conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. This place declaring the whole of what we aim at in this matter must be particularly insisted on. In the foregoing verse, the apostle manifests that men are willing to drive the old trade, which our first parents at the entrance of sin set up with, namely, of excusing themselves in their sins, and casting the occasion and blame of them on others. It is not, say they, from themselves, their own nature and inclinations, their own designings, that they have committed such and such evils, but merely from their temptations. And if they know not where to fix the evil of those temptations, they will lay them on God himself, rather than go without an excuse or extenuation of their guilt. This evil in the hearts of men the apostle rebuketh, verse 13, "Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God. For God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man." And to show the justness of this reproof in the words mentioned, he discovers the true causes of the rise and whole progress of sin, manifesting that the whole guilt of it lies upon the sinner, and that the whole punishment of it, if not graciously prevented, will be his lot also. We have, therefore, as was said in these words, the whole progress of lust or indwelling sin by the way of subtlety, fraud, and deceit, expressed and limited by the Holy Ghost. And from hence we shall manifest the particular ways and means whereby it puts forth its power and efficacy in the hearts of men by deceitfulness and subtlety. And we may observe in the words, first, the utmost end aimed at in all the actings of sin, or the tendency of it in its own nature, and that is death. Sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. The everlasting death of the sinner. Pretend what it will, this is the end it aims at and tends unto. Hiding of ends and designs is a principal property of deceit. This sin doth to the uttermost other things innumerable it pleads, but not once declares that it aims at the death, the everlasting death of the soul. And a fixed apprehension of this end of every sin is a blessed means to prevent its prevalency in its way of deceit or beguiling. Secondly, the general way of its acting towards that end is by temptation. Every man is tempted of his own lust. I propose not to speak in general of the nature of temptations. It belongs not unto our present purpose, and besides I have done it elsewhere. It may suffice at present to observe that the life of temptation lies in deceit, so that in the business of sin to be effectually tempted and to be beguiled or deceived are the same. Thus it was in the first temptation. It is everywhere called the serpent's beguiling or deceiving, as was manifested before. The serpent beguiled Eve, that is, prevailed by his temptations upon her. so that every man is tempted, that is, every man is beguiled or deceived by his own lust, or indwelling sin, which we have often declared to be the same. The degrees whereby sin proceedeth in this work of tempting or deceiving are 5, for we showed before that this belongs unto the nature of deceit, that it works by degrees, making its advantage by one step to gain another. The first of these consists in drawing off or drawing away. Every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust. The second is in enticing, and is enticed. The third in the conception of sin, when lust hath conceived. When the heart is enticed, then lust conceives in it. The fourth is the bringing forth of sin in its actual accomplishment. When lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin. In all which there is a secret allusion to an adulterous deviation from conjugal duties, and conceiving or bringing forth children of whoredom and fornication. The fifth is the finishing of sin, the completing of it, the filling up of the measure of it, whereby the end originally designed by lust is brought about. Sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. As lust conceiving naturally and necessarily bringeth forth sin, so sin finished infallibly procureth eternal death. The first of these relates to the mind, that is drawn off or drawn away by the deceit of sin. The second unto the affections, they are enticed or entangled. The third to the will, wherein sin is conceived, the consent of the will being the formal conception of actual sin. The fourth to the conversation, wherein sin is brought forth, it exerts itself in the lives and courses of men. The fifth respects an obdurate course in sinning, that finisheth, consummates, and shuts up the whole work of sin, whereon ensues death or eternal ruin. I shall principally consider the 3 first, wherein the main strength of the deceit of sin doth lie, that because in believers whose state and condition is principally proposed to consideration, God is pleased for the most part graciously to prevent the 4th instance, or the bringing forth of actual sins in their conversations, and the last always unholy, or their being obdurate in a course of sin to the finishing of it. What ways God in His grace and faithfulness makes use of to stifle the conceptions of sin in the womb and to hinder its actual production in the lives of men must afterward be spoken unto. The first 3 instances, then, we shall insist upon fully, as those wherein the principal concernment of believers in this matter doth lie. The first thing which sin is said to do, working in a way of deceit, is to draw away or to draw off, whence a man is said to be drawn off or drawn away and diverted, namely, from attending unto that course of obedience and holiness which, in opposition unto sin and the law thereof, he is bound with diligence to attend unto. Now, it is the mind that this effect of the deceit of sin is wrought upon. The mind or understanding, as we have showed, is the guiding, conducting faculty of the soul. It goes before in discerning, judging, and determining to make the way of moral actions fair and smooth to the will and affections. It is to the soul what Moses told his father-in-law that he might be to the people in the wilderness, as eyes to guide them, and keep them from wandering in that desolate place. It is the eye of the soul, without whose guidance the will and affections would perpetually wander in the wilderness of this world, according as any object, with an appearing present good, did offer or present itself unto them. The first thing, therefore, that sin aims at in its deceitful working is to draw off and divert the mind from the discharge of its duty. There are 2 things which belong unto the duty of the mind in that special office which it hath in and about the obedience which God requireth. Number 1, to keep itself and the whole soul in such a frame and posture as may render it ready unto all duties of obedience and watchful against all enticements unto the conception of sin. Number 2, In particular, carefully to attend unto all particular actions, that they be performed as God requireth, for matter, manner, time, and season, agreeable unto his will, is also for the obviating all particular tenders of sin and things forbidden. In these two things consists the whole duty of the mind of a believer, and from both of them doth indwelling sin endeavor to divert and draw it off. The first of these is the duty of the mind in reference unto the general frame and course of the whole soul. And hereof two things may be considered: that it is founded in a due constant consideration of ourselves, of sin and its vileness, of God, of his grace and goodness, and both these doth sin labor to draw it off from. Number 2, in attending to those duties which are suited to obviate the working of the law of sin in an especial manner. It endeavors to draw it off from a due consideration, apprehension, and sensibleness of its own vileness, and the dangers wherewith it is attended. This, in the first place, we shall instance in a due constant consideration of sin in its nature, in all its aggravating circumstances, in its end and tendency, especially as represented in the blood and cross of Christ, ought always to abide with us. Jeremiah 2:19. Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and a bitter that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God. Every sin is the forsaking of the Lord our God. If the heart know not, if it consider not, that it is an evil thing and a bitter, evil in itself, bitter in its effects, fruit and event, it will never be secured against it. Besides, that frame of heart which is most accepted with God in any sinner is the humble, contrite, self-abasing frame. Isaiah 57:15. Thus saith the high and lofty one that inhabiteth eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high and holy place with him also that is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble, and to revive the spirit of the contrite ones. This becomes a sinner. No garment sits so decently about him. Be clothed with humility, saith the apostle, 1 Peter 5:5. It is that which becomes us, and it is the only safe frame. He that walketh humbly walketh safely. This is the design of Peter's advice, 1 Peter 1:17. Pass the time of your sojourning here in fear. After that he himself had miscarried by another frame of mind, he gives this advice to all believers. It is not a bondage, servile fear, disquieting and perplexing the soul, but such a fear as may keep men constantly calling upon the Father with reference unto the final judgment, that they may be preserved from sin, whereof they were in so great danger, which he advises them unto. If ye call on the Father, who without respect of persons judgeth according to every man's work, pass the time of your sojourning here in fear. This is a humble frame of soul. And how is this obtained? How is this preserved? No otherwise but by a constant, deep apprehension of the evil, vileness, and danger of sin. So it was wrought, so it was kept up in the approved publican. God be merciful, saith he, to me a sinner. Sense of sin kept him humble, and humility made way for his access unto a testimony of the pardon of sin. And this is a great preservative through grace from sin, as we have an example in the instance of Joseph. Genesis 39:9. Upon the urgency of his great temptation, he recoils immediately into this frame of spirit. How, saith he, can I do this thing, and sin against God? A constant, steady sense of the evil of sin gives him such preservation that he ventures liberty and life in opposition to it. To fear sin is to fear the Lord, so the holy man tells us that they are the same. Job 28, verse 28. The fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil, that is understanding. This, therefore, in the first place, in general, doth the law of sin put forth its deceit about, namely, to draw the mind from this frame, which is the strongest fort of the soul's defense and security. It labors to divert the mind from a due apprehension of the vileness, abomination, and danger of sin. It secretly and insensibly insinuates, lessening, excusing, extenuating thoughts of it, or it draws it off from pondering upon it, from being conversant about it, in its thoughts so much as it ought, and formerly hath been. And if after the heart of a man hath, through the word, spirit, and grace of Christ, been made tender, soft, deeply sensible of sin, it becomes on any account, or by any means whatever, to have less, fewer, slighter, or less affecting thoughts of it, or about it. The mind of that man is drawn away by the deceitfulness of sin. There are two ways, amongst others, whereby the law of sin endeavors deceitfully to draw off the mind from this duty and frame ensuing thereon. Number 1, it doth it by a horrible abuse of gospel grace. There is in the gospel a remedy provided against the whole evil of sin, the filth, the guilt of it, with all its dangerous consequence. It is the doctrine of the deliverance of the souls of men from sin and death, a discovery of the gracious will of God towards sinners by Jesus Christ. What now is the genuine tendency of this doctrine, of this discovery of grace, and what ought we to use it and improve it unto? This the apostle declares, Titus 2:11 and 12. The grace of God that bringeth salvation hath appeared to all men, teaching us that, denying ungodliness and worldly lust, we should live soberly, righteously, and godly in this present world. This it teacheth, this we ought to learn of it and by it. Hence universal holiness is called a conversation that becometh the gospel, Philippians 1:27. It becomes it, is that which is answerable unto its end, aim, and design, is that which it requires and which it ought to be improved unto. And accordingly it doth produce this effect where the word of it is received and preserved in a saving light, Romans 12:2, Ephesians 4:20-24. But herein doth the deceit of sin interpose itself. It separates between the doctrine of grace and the use and end of it. It stays upon its notions and intercepts its influences in its proper application. From the doctrine of the assured pardon of sin, it insinuates a regardlessness of sin. God in Christ makes the proposition, and Satan and sin make the conclusion. For that the deceitfulness of sin is apt to plead unto a regardlessness of it, from the grace of God whereby it is pardoned, the apostle declares in his reproof and detestation of such an insinuation, Romans 6:1. What shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. Men's deceitful hearts, saith he, are apt to make that conclusion, but far be it from us that we should give any entertainment unto it. But yet that some have evidently improved that deceit unto their own eternal ruin, Jude declares, verse 4, ungodly men turning the grace of God into lasciviousness. And we have had dreadful instances of it in the days of temptation wherein we have lived. Indeed, in opposition unto this deceit lies much of the wisdom of faith and power of gospel grace. When the mind is fully possessed with, and cast habitually and firmly into, the mold of the notion and doctrine of gospel truth about the full and free forgiveness of all sins in the blood of Christ, then to be able to keep the heart always in a deep, humbling sense of sin, abhorrency of it, and self-abasement for it, is a great effect of gospel wisdom and grace. This is a trial and touchstone of gospel light, if it keep the heart sensible of sin, humble, lowly, and broken on that account. If it teach us to water a free pardon with tears, to detest forgiven sin, to watch diligently for the ruin of that which we are yet assured shall never ruin us, it is divine, from above, of the Spirit of grace.
If it secretly and insensibly makes men loose and slight in their thoughts about sin, it is adulterate, selfish, false. If it will be answer all ends, it is nothing. Hence it comes to pass that sometimes we see men walking in a bondage frame of spirit all their days, low in their light, mean in their apprehensions of grace, so that it is hard to discern whether the covenant in their principles they belong unto, whether they are under the law or under grace, yet walk with a more conscientious tenderness of sinning than many who are advanced in higher degrees of light and knowledge than they. Not that the saving light of the gospel is not the only principle of saving holiness and obedience, but that, through the deceitfulness of sin, it is variously abused to countenance the soul in manifold neglect of duties, and to draw off the mind from a due consideration of the nature, desert, and danger of sin. And this is done several ways. First, the soul, having frequent need of relief by gospel grace against the sense of the guilt of sin and accusation of the law, comes at length to make it a common and ordinary thing, and such as may be slightly performed. Having found a good medicine for its wounds, and such as it hath had experience of its efficacy, it comes to apply it slightly, and rather skinneth over than cureth its sores. A little less earnestness, a little less diligence serves every time, until the soul, it may be, begins to secure itself of pardon in course, and this tends directly to draw off the mind from its constant and universal watchfulness against sin. He whose light hath made its way of access plain for the obtaining of pardon, if he be not very watchful, he is far more apt to become overly formal and careless in his work than he who, by reason of mists and darkness, beats about to find his way aright to the throne of grace, as a man that hath often traveled a road passes on without regard or inquiry, but he who is a stranger unto it, observing all turnings and inquiring of all passengers, secures his journey beyond the other. Secondly, the deceitfulness of sin takes advantage from the doctrine of grace by many ways and means to extend the bounds of the soul's liberty beyond what God hath assigned unto it. Some have never thought themselves free from a legal bondage frame until they have been brought into the confines of sensuality, and some into the depths of it. How often will sin plead, this strictness, this exactness, this solicitude is no ways needful, relief is provided in the gospel against such things. Would you live as though there were no need of the gospel, as though pardon of sin were to no purpose? But concerning these pleas of sin from gospel grace, we shall have occasion to speak more hereafter in particular. Thirdly, in times of temptation, this deceitfulness of sin will argue expressly for sin from gospel grace. At least it will plead for these two things. First, that there is not need of such a tenacious, severe contending against it, as the principle of the new creature is fixed on. If it cannot divert the soul or mind wholly from attending unto temptations to oppose them, yet it will endeavor to draw them off as to the manner of their attendance. They need not use that diligence which at first the soul apprehends to be necessary. Secondly, it will be tendering relief as to the event of sin, that it shall not turn to the ruin or destruction of the soul, because it will, or may be, pardoned by the grace of the gospel. And this is true. This is the great and only relief of the soul against sin, and guilt whereof it hath contracted already, the blessed and only remedy for a guilty soul. But when it is pleaded and remembered by the deceitfulness of sin in compliance with temptation unto sin, then it is poison. Poison is mixed in every drop of this balsam to the danger, if not death, of the soul. And this is the first way whereby the deceitfulness of sin draws off the mind from a due attendance unto the sense of its vileness, which alone is able to keep it in that humble, self-abased frame that is acceptable with God. It makes the mind careless, as though its work were needless, because of the abounding of grace. which is a soldier's neglect of his station, trusting to a reserve provided, indeed, only in case of keeping his own proper place. Number 2. Sin takes advantage to work by its deceit in this matter of drawing off the mind from a due sense of it, from the state and condition of men in the world. I shall give only one instance of its procedure in this kind. Men in their younger days have naturally their affections more quick, vigorous, and active, more sensibly working in them than afterward. They do as to their sensible working and operation naturally decay, and many things befall men in their lives that take off the edge and keenness of them. But as men lose in their affections, if they are not besotted in sensuality or by the corruptions that are in the world through lust, they grow and improve in their understandings, resolutions, and judgments. Hence it is that if what had place formerly in their affections do not take place in their minds and judgments, they utterly lose them. They have no more place in their souls. Thus men have no regard for, yea, they utterly despise those things which their affections were set upon with delight and greediness in their childhood. But if they are things that by any means come to be fixed in their minds and judgments, they continue a high esteem for them, and do cleave as close unto them as they did when their affections were more vigorous, only, as it were, they have changed their seat in the soul. It is thus in things spiritual. The first and chiefest seat of the sensibleness of sin is in the affections. As these in natural youth are great and large, so are they spiritually in spiritual youth. Jeremiah 2, verse 2. I remember the kindness of thy youth, of the love of thine espousals. Besides, such persons are newly come off from their convictions, wherein they have been cut to the heart, and so made tender. Whatever touches upon a wound is throughly felt, so doth the guilt of sin before the wound given by conviction be throughly cured. But now when affections begin to decay naturally, they begin to decay also as to their sensible actings and motions in things spiritual. Although they improve in grace, yet they may decay in sense. At least spiritual sense is not radically in them, but only by way of communication. Now in these decays, if the soul take not care to fix a deep sense of sin on the mind and judgment, thereby perpetually to affect the heart and affections, it will decay. And here the deceit of the law of sin interposeth itself. It suffers a sense of sin to decay in the affections, and diverts the mind from entertaining a due, constant, fixed consideration of it. We may consider this a little in persons that never make a progress in the ways of God beyond conviction. How sensible of sin will they be for a season? How will they then mourn and weep under a sense of the guilt of it? How will they cordially and heartily resolve against it? Affections are vigorous and, as it were, bear rule in their souls. But they are like an herb that will flourish for a day or two without watering, although it have no root. For a while after, we see that these men, the more experience they have had of sin, the less they are afraid of it, as a wise man intimates, Ecclesiastes 8:11. And at length they come to be the greatest contemners of sin in the world. No sinner like him that has sinned away his convictions of sin. What is the reason of this? Sense of sin was in their convictions, fixed on their affections. As it decayed in them, they took no care to have it deeply and graciously fixed on their minds. This the deceitfulness of sin deprived them of, and so ruined their souls. In some measure it is so with believers. If, as a sensibleness of the affections decay, if, as they grow heavy and obtuse, great wisdom and grace be not used to fix a due sense of sin upon the mind and judgment, which may provoke, excite, enliven, and stir up the affections every day, great decays will ensue. At first, sorrow, trouble, grief, fear affected the mind and would give it no rest. If afterward the mind do not affect the heart with sorrow and grief, the whole will be cast out, and the soul be in danger of being hardened. And these are some of the ways whereby the deceit of sin diverts the mind from the first part of its safe-preserving frame, or draws it off from its constant watchfulness against sin and all the effects of it. Number 2. The second part of this general duty of the mind is to keep the soul unto a constant holy consideration of God and His grace. This evidently lies at the springhead of gospel obedience. The way whereby sin draws off the mind from this part of its duty is open and known sufficiently, though not sufficiently washed against. Now this the Scripture everywhere declares to be the filling of the mind of men with earthly things. This it placeth in direct opposition unto that heavenly frame of the mind, which is the spring of gospel obedience. Colossians 3:2. Set your affection on things above, not on things on the earth, or set your minds. As if he had said, on both together you cannot be set or fixed, so as principally and chiefly to mind them both. And the affections to the one and the other, proceeding from these different principles of minding the one and the other, are opposed as directly inconsistent. 1 John 2:15, Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. And actings in a course suitable unto these affections are proposed also as contrary. You cannot serve God and mammon. These are two masters, whom no man can serve at the same time to the satisfaction of both. Every inordinate minding, then, of earthly things is opposed unto that frame wherein our minds ought to be fixed on God, and His grace in a course of gospel obedience. Several ways there are whereby the deceitfulness of sin draws off the mind in this particular, but the chief of them is by pressing these things on the mind, under the notion of things lawful, and it may be necessary. So all those who excuse themselves in the parable from coming into the marriage feast of the gospel did it on account of their being engaged in their lawful callings, one about his farm, another his oxen, the means whereby he plowed in this world. By this plea were the minds of men drawn off from that frame of heavenliness which is required to our walking with God. And the rules of not loving the world, or using it as if we used it not, are hereby neglected. What wisdom, what watchfulness, what serious frequent trial and examination of ourselves is required to keep our hearts and minds in a heavenly frame, and the use and pursuit of earthly things is not my present business to declare. This is evident, that the engine whereby the deceit of sin draws off and turns aside the mind in this matter is the pretense of the lawfulness of things about which it would have exercised itself, against which very few are armed with sufficient diligence, wisdom, and skill. And this is the first and most general attempt that indwelling sin makes upon the soul by deceit. It draws away the mind from a diligent attention unto its course in a due sense of the evil of sin, and a due and constant consideration of God and His grace. Chapter 9. The deceit of sin in drawing off the mind from a due attendance unto especial duties of obedience, instance in meditation and prayer. How sin by its deceit endeavors to draw off the mind from attending unto that holy frame and walking with God wherein the soul ought to be preserved hath been declared. We proceed now to show how it does the same work in reference unto those especial duties by which the designs, workings, and prevalency of it may in an especial manner be obviated and prevented. Sin indeed maintains an enmity against all duties of obedience, or rather with God in them. When I would do good, saith the apostle, evil is present with me. Whenever I would do good, or what good soever I would do, that is, spiritually good, good in reference unto God, it is present with me to hinder me from it, or to oppose me in it. And on the other side, all duties of obedience do lie directly against the actings of the law of sin. For as the flesh in all its actings lusteth against the Spirit, so the Spirit in all its actings lusteth against the flesh. And therefore every duty performed in the strength and grace of the Spirit is contrary to the law of sin. Romans 8:13. If ye through the Spirit do mortify the deeds of the flesh. Actings of the Spirit of grace and duties doth this work. These two are contrary. But yet there are some duties which, in their own nature and by God's appointment, have a peculiar influence into the weakening and subduing the whole law of sin and its very principles and chiefest strengths. And these the mind of a believer ought principally in his whole course to attend unto. And these doth sin and its deceit endeavor principally to draw off the mind from. As in diseases of the body, some remedies, they say, have a specific quality against distempers, so in this disease of the soul, there are some duties that have an especial virtue against this sinful distemper. I shall not insist on many of them, but instance only in two, which seem to me to be of this nature, namely, that by God's designation they have a special tendency towards the ruin of the law of sin. And then we shall show the ways, methods, and means which the law of sin uses to divert the mind from a due attendance unto them. Now these duties are, first, prayer, especially private prayer, and secondly, meditation. I put them together because they much agree in their general nature and end, differing only in the manner of their performance. For by meditation I intend meditating upon what respect and suitableness there is between the Word and our own hearts, to this end that they may be brought to a more exact conformity. It is our pondering on the truth, as it is in Jesus, to find out the image and representation of it in our own hearts. And so it hath the same intent with prayer, which is to bring our souls into a frame in all things, answering the mind and will of God. They are as the blood and spirits in the veins that have the same life, motion, and use. But yet, because persons are generally at a great loss in this duty of meditation, having declared it to be of so great efficacy for the controlling of the actings of the law of sin, I shall in our passage give briefly 2 or 3 rules for the directing of believers to a right performance of this great duty, and they are these. Number 1, meditate of God with God. That is, when we would undertake thoughts and meditations of God, His excellencies, His properties, His glory, His majesty, His love, His goodness, let it be done in a way of speaking unto God in a deep humiliation and abasement of our souls before Him. This will fix the mind and draw it forth from one thing to another, to give glory unto God in a due manner, and affect the soul until it be brought into that holy admiration of God and delight in Him, which is acceptable unto Him. My meaning is that it be done in a way of prayer and praise, speaking unto God. Number 2, meditate on the Word and in the Word. That is, in the reading of it, consider the sense in the particular passages we insist upon, looking to God for help, guidance, and direction, and the discovery of its mind and will therein, and then labor to have our hearts affected with it. Number 3, what we come short of in evenness and constancy in our thoughts in these things, let it be made up in frequency. Some are discouraged because their minds do not regularly supply them with thoughts to carry on their meditations through the weakness or imperfection of their inventions. Let this be supplied by frequent returns of the mind unto the subject proposed to be meditated upon, whereby new senses will still be supplied unto it. But this by the way. These duties, I say, amongst others, for we have only chosen them for an instance, not excluding some others from the same place, office, and usefulness with them, do make an especial opposition to the very being and life of indwelling sin, or rather faith in them doth so. They are perpetually designing its utter ruin. I shall, therefore, upon this instance in the pursuit of our present purpose, do these two things. 1. Show the suitableness and usefulness of this duty, or these duties, as I shall handle them jointly, unto the ruining of sin. 2. Show the means whereby the deceitfulness of sin endeavors to draw off the mind from a due attendance unto them. For the first, observe that it is a proper work of the soul in this duty to consider all the secret workings and actings of sin, what advantages it hath got, what temptations it is in conjunction with, what harm it hath already done, and what it is yet further ready to do. Hence David gives that title unto one of his prayers, Psalm 102, a prayer of the afflicted, when he is overwhelmed and poureth out his complaint before the Lord. I speak of that prayer, which is attended with a due consideration of all the wants, straits, and emergencies of the soul. Without this, prayer is not prayer. That is, whatever show or appearance of that duty it has, it is no way useful, either to the glory of God or the good of the souls of men. A cloud it is without water, driven by the wind of the breath of men. Nor was there ever any more present and effectual poison for souls found out than the binding of them unto a constant form and usage of I know not what words in their prayers and supplications, which themselves do not understand. Bind men so in their trades or in their businesses in this world, and they will quickly find the effect of it. By this means are they disenabled from any due consideration of what at present is good for them or evil unto them, without which to what use can prayer serve but to mock God and delude men's own souls? But in this kind of prayer which we insist on, the Spirit of God falls in to give us assistance, and that in this very matter of finding out and discovering the most secret actings and workings of the law of sin. Romans 8:26. We know not what we should pray for as we ought, but He helpeth our infirmities. He discovers our wants unto us, and wherein chiefly we stand in need of help and relief. And we find it by daily experience that in prayer believers are led into such discoveries and convictions of the secret deceitful work of sin in their hearts as no considerations could ever have led them into. So David, Psalm 51, designing the confession of his actual sin, having his wound and his prayer searched by the skillful hand of the Spirit of God, he had a discovery made unto him of the root of all his miscarriages and his original corruption. Verse 5. The Spirit in this duty is as the candle of the Lord unto the soul, enabling it to search all the inward parts of the belly. It gives a holy spiritual light into the mind, enabling it to search the deep and dark recesses of the heart, to find out the subtle and deceitful machinations, figments, and imaginations of the law of sin therein. Whatever notion there be of it, whatever power and prevalency in it, it is laid hand on, apprehended, brought into the presence of God, judged, condemned, bewailed. And what can possibly be more effectual for its ruin and destruction? For, together with this discovery, application is made unto all that relief which, in Jesus Christ, is provided against it, all ways and means whereby it may be ruined. Hence it is the duty of the mind to watch unto prayer, 1 Peter 4:7, to attend diligently unto the estate of our souls, and to deal fervently and effectually with God about it. The like also may be said of meditation, wisely managed unto its proper end. Number 2. In this duty there is wrought upon the heart a deep, full sense of the vileness of sin, with a constant renewed detestation of it, which, if anything, undoubtedly tends to its ruin. This is one design of prayer, one end of the soul in it, namely, to draw forth sin, to set it in order, to present it unto itself in its vileness, abomination, and aggravating circumstances, that it may be loathed, abhorred, and cast away as a filthy thing, as Isaiah 30:22. He that pleads with God for sin's remission pleads also with his own heart for its detestation. Hosea 14:3. Herein also sin is judged in the name of God. For the soul in his confession subscribes unto God's detestation of it, and the sentence of his law against it. There is indeed a course of these duties which convince persons to give up themselves unto as a mere covert to their lusts. They cannot think quietly unless they perform duty constantly. But that prayer we speak of is a thing of another nature, a thing that will allow no composition with sin, much less will serve the ends of the deceit of it, as the other formal prayer doth. It will not be bribed into a secret compliance with any of the enemies of God or the soul, no, not for a moment. And hence it is that oftentimes in this duty the heart is raised to the most sincere, effectual sense of sin and detestation of it, that the soul ever obtains in its whole course of obedience. And this evidently tends also to the weakening and ruin of the law of sin. Number 3. This is a way appointed and blessed of God to obtain strength and power against sin, James 1:5. Doth any man lack? Let him ask of God. Prayer is a way of obtaining from God by Christ a supply of all our wants, assistance against all opposition, especially that which is made against us by sin. This, I suppose, need not be insisted on. It is in the notion and practice clear to every believer. It is that wherein we call, and upon which the Lord Jesus comes in to our succor with suitable help in time of need, Hebrews 6:16. Number 4. Faith in prayer countermines all the workings of the deceit of sin, and that because the soul doth therein constantly engage itself unto God to oppose all sin whatsoever. Psalm 119:106. I have sworn, and I will perform it, that I will keep thy righteous judgments. This is the language of every gracious soul in its addresses unto God. The inmost parts thereof engage themselves to God, to cleave to him in all things, and to oppose sin in all things. He that cannot do this cannot pray. To pray with any other frame is to flatter God with our lips, which he abhorreth. And this exceedingly helps a believer in pursuing sin unto its ruin, for, first, if there be any secret lust that lies lurking in the heart, he will find it either rising up against this engagement or using its artifices to secure itself from it. And hereby it is discovered, and the conviction of the heart concerning its evil furthered and strengthened. Sin makes the most certain discovery of itself, and never more evidently than when it is most severely pursued. Lust in men are compared to hurtful and noisome beasts, or men themselves are so because of their lusts, Isaiah 9:4-6. Now such beasts use themselves to their dens and coverts, and never discover themselves, at least so much in their proper nature and rage, as when they are most earnestly pursued. And so it is with sin and corruption in the heart. Secondly, if any sin be prevalent in the soul, it will weaken it, and take it off from the universality of this engagement unto God. It will breed a tergiversation unto it, a slightness in it. Now when this is observed, it will exceedingly awaken a gracious soul, and stir it up to look about it. As spontaneous lassitude, or a causeless weariness and indisposition of the body, is looked on as a sign of an approaching fever, or some dangerous distemper, which stirs up men to use a timely and vigorous prevention, that they be not seized upon by it. So it is in this case, when the soul of a believer finds in itself an indisposition to make fervent, sincere engagements of universal holiness unto God, and knows that there is some prevalent distemper in it, finds a place of it, and sets itself against it. Thirdly, whilst the soul can thus constantly engage itself unto God, it is certain that sin can rise unto no ruinous prevalency. It is a conquest over sin, a most considerable conquest, when the soul doth fully and clearly, without any secret reserve, come off with alacrity and resolution in such an engagement. Is Psalm 18:23. and it may upon such a success triumph in the grace of God and have good hope through faith that it shall have a final conquest, and what is so resolved shall be done, that it hath decreed a thing, and it shall be established. And this tends to the disappointment, yea, to the ruin of the law of sin. Fourthly, if the heart be not deceived by cursed hypocrisy, this engagement unto God will greatly influence it unto a peculiar diligence and watchfulness against all sin. There is no greater evidence of hypocrisy than to have the heart like the whorish woman, Proverbs 7:14, to say, I have paid my vows, now I may take myself unto my sin. Or to be negligent about sin is being satisfied that it hath prayed against it. It is otherwise in a gracious soul. Sense and conscience of engagements against sin made to God do make it universally watchful against all its motions and operations. On these and sundry other accounts doth faith in this duty exert itself peculiarly to the weakening of the power and stopping of the progress of the law of sin. If, then, the mind be diligent in its watch and charged to preserve the soul from the efficacy of sin, it will carefully attend unto this duty and the due performance of it, which is of such singular advantage unto its end and purpose. Here, therefore, number 2, sin puts forth its deceit in its own defense. It labors to divert and draw off the mind from attending unto this and the like duties. And there are, among others, 3 engines, 3 ways and means whereby it attempts the accomplishment of its design. It makes advantage of its weariness unto the flesh. There is an aversion, as hath been declared, in the law of sin unto all immediate communion with God. Now this duty is such. There is nothing accompanieth it, whereby the carnal part of the soul may be gratified or satisfied, as there may be somewhat of that nature in most public duties, and most that a man can do beyond pure acts of faith and love. No relief or advantage, then, coming in by it, but what is purely spiritual, it becomes wearisome, burdensome to flesh and blood. It is like traveling alone without companion or diversion, which makes the way seem long, but brings the passenger with most speed to his journey's end. So our Savior declares, when expecting his disciples, according to their duty and present distress, should have been engaged in this work, he found them fast asleep. Matthew 26:41. The Spirit, saith he, indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. And out of that weakness groweth their indisposition unto and weariness of their duty. So God complains of his people. Isaiah 43:22, Thou hast been weary of me. And it may come at length unto that height which is mentioned, Malachi 1:13. Ye have said, Behold, what a weariness is it, and ye have snuffed at it, saith the Lord of hosts. The Jews supposed that it was the language of men when they brought their offerings or sacrifices on their shoulders, which they pretended wearied them, and they panted and blowed as men ready to faint under them, when they brought only the torn and the lame and the sick. But so is this duty oftentimes to the flesh, and this the deceitfulness of sin makes use of to draw the heart by insensible degrees from a constant attendance unto it. It puts in for the relief of the weak and weary flesh. There is a compliance between spiritual flesh and natural flesh in this matter. They help one another, and an aversion unto this duty is the effect of their compliance. So it was in the spouse. Canticles 5:2-3. She was asleep, drowsing in her spiritual condition, and pleads her natural unfitness to rouse herself from that state. If the mind be not diligently watchful to prevent insinuations from hence, if it dwell not constantly on those considerations which evidence an attendance unto this duty to be indispensable, if it stir not up the principle of grace in the heart, to retain its rule and sovereignty, and not to be dallied withal by foolish pretenses, it will be drawn off, which is the effect aimed at. Number 2. The deceitfulness of sin makes use of corrupt reasonings taken from the pressing and urging occasions of life. Should we, says it in the heart, attend strictly unto all duties of this kind, we should neglect our principal occasions and be useless unto ourselves and others in the world. And on this general account, particular businesses dispossess particular duties from their due place and time. Men may have not leisure to glorify God and save their own souls. It is certain that God gives us time enough for all that He requires of us in any kind in this world. No duties need to jostle one another, constantly. Special occasions must be determined according unto special circumstances. But if in anything we take more upon us than we have time well to perform it in, without robbing God of that which is due to Him in our own souls, this God calls not unto, this He blesses us not in. It is more tolerable that our duties of holiness and regard to God should entrench upon the duties of our callings and employments in this world than on the contrary, and yet neither doth God require this at our hands in an ordinary manner or course. How little then will He bear with that which evidently is so much worse upon all accounts whatever? But yet, through the deceitfulness of sin, thus are the souls of men beguiled. By several degrees they are at length driven from their duty. Number 3, it deals with the mind, to draw it off from its attendance unto this duty by a tender of a compensation to be made in and by other duties. As Saul thought to compensate his disobedience by sacrifice. May not the same duty performed in public or in the family suffice? And if the soul be so foolish as not to answer, though things ought to be done, and this not to be left undone, it may be ensnared and deceived. For besides a command unto it, namely, that we should personally watch unto prayer, there are, as has been declared, sundry advantages in this duty so performed against the deceit and efficacy of sin, which in the more public attendance unto it hath not. These sin strives to deprive the soul of by this commutation, which by its corrupt reasonings it tenders unto it. 4. I may add here that which hath place in all the workings of sin by deceit, namely, its feeding the soul with promises and purposes of a more diligent attendance unto this duty when occasions will permit. By this means it brings the soul to say unto his convictions of duty, as Felix did to Paul, Go thy way for this time, when of a convenient season I will call for thee. And by this means, oftentimes, the present season and time, which alone is ours, is lost irrecoverably. There's some of the ways and means whereby the deceit of sin endeavors to draw off the mind from its due attendance unto this duty, which is so peculiarly suited to prevent its progress and prevalency, and which aims so directly and immediately at its ruin. I might instance also in other duties of the like tendency, but this may suffice to discover the nature of this part of the deceit of sin. And this is the first way whereby it makes way for the further entangling of the affections in the conception of sin. When sin hath wrought this effect on any one, he is said to be drawn away, to be diverted from what is in his mind he ought constantly to attend unto in his walking before the Lord. And this will instruct us to see and discern where lies the beginning of our declensions and failings in the ways of God, and that either as to our general course or as to our attendance upon especial duties. And this is of great importance and concernment unto us. When the beginnings and occasions of a sickness or distemper of body are known, it is a great advantage to direct in and unto the cure of it. God, to recall Zion to himself, shows her where was the beginning of her sin, Micah 1 verse 13. Now, this is that which, for the most part, is the beginning of sin unto us, even the drawing off the mind from a due attendance in all things unto the discharge of its duty. The principal care and charge of the soul lies on the mind. And if that fail of its duty, the whole is betrayed, either as unto its general frame or as unto particular miscarriages. The filling of the mind is like the filling of the watchman in Ezekiel. The whole is lost by his neglect. This, therefore, in that self-scrutiny and search which we are called unto, we are most diligently to inquire after. God doth not look at what duties we perform as to their number and tale, or as to their nature merely, but whether we do them with that intention of mind and spirit which he requireth. Many men perform duties in a road or course, and do not, as it were, so much as think of them. Their minds are filled with other things. Only duty takes up so much of their time. This is but an endeavor to mock God and deceive their own souls. Would you therefore take the true measure of yourselves, consider how it is with you as to the duty of your minds which we have inquired after. Consider whether by any of the deceits mentioned you have not been diverted and drawn away. And if there be any decays upon you in any kind, you will find that there hath been the beginning of them. By one way or other, your minds have been made heedless, regardless, slothful, uncertain, being beguiled and drawn off from their duty. Consider the charge, Proverbs 4:23 and 25 to 27. May not such a soul say, if I had attended more diligently, if I had considered more wisely the vile nature of sin, if I had not suffered my mind to be possessed with vain hopes and foolish imaginations by a cursed abuse of gospel grace, if I had not permitted it to be filled with the things of the world, and to become negligent in attending unto special duties, I had not at this day been thus sick, weak, thriftless, wounded, decayed, defiled. My careless, my deceived mind hath been the beginning of sin and transgression unto my soul. And this discovery will direct the soul unto a suitable way for its healing and recovery, which will never be effected by a multiplying of particular duties, but by a restoring of the mind. Psalm 23, verse 3. And this also doth hence appear to be the great means of preserving our souls both as unto their general frame and particular duties, according to the mind and will of God, namely, to endeavor after a sound and steadfast mind. It is a signal grace to have the spirit of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. A stable, solid, resolved mind in the things of God, not easily moved, diverted, changed, not drawn aside. A mind not apt to hearken after corrupt reasonings, vain insinuations, or pretenses to draw it off from its duty. This is that which the Apostle exhorts believers unto, 1 Corinthians 15:58. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. The steadfastness of our minds, abiding in their duty, is a cause of all our unmovableness and fruitfulness in obedience. And so Peter tells us that those who are by any means led away or enticed, they fall from their own steadfastness, 2 Peter 3:17. And the great blame that is laid upon backsliders is that they are not steadfast. Psalm 78:37. Their heart was not steadfast. For if the soul be safe, unless the mind be drawn off from its duty, the soundness and steadfastness of the mind is its great preservative. And there are three parts of the steadfastness of the mind. First, a full purpose of cleaving to God in all things. Secondly, a daily renovation and quickening of the heart unto a discharge of this purpose. Thirdly, resolutions against all dalliances or parleys about negligences in that discharge. This has been the first 9 chapters of The Nature and Power of Indwelling Sin by John Owen.
This Reformation audio track is a production of Stillwater's Revival Books. SWRB makes thousands of classic Reformation resources available, free and for sale, in audio, video, and printed formats. Our many free resources, as well as our complete mail-order catalog, containing thousands of classic and contemporary Puritan and Reformed books, tapes, and videos at great discounts, is on the web at www.swrb.org. We can also be reached by email at swrb@swrb.com, by phone at 780-450-3730, by fax at 780-468-1096, or by mail at 4710-37A Avenue, Edmonton, that's Edmonton, Alberta, abbreviated capital A, capital B, Canada, T6L 3T5. You may also request a free printed catalog. And remember that John Calvin, in defending the Reformation's regulative principle of worship, or what is sometimes called the scriptural law of worship, commenting on the words of God, which I commanded them not, neither came into my heart, from his commentary on Jeremiah 7:31, writes, God here cuts off from men every occasion for making evasions, since he condemns by this one phrase, I have not commanded them, whatever the Jews devised. There is then no other argument needed to condemn superstitions than that they are not commanded by God. For when men allow themselves to worship God according to their own fancies, and attend not to his commands, they pervert true religion. And if this principle was adopted by the papists, all those fictitious modes of worship in which they absurdly exercise themselves would fall to the ground. It is indeed a horrible thing for the papists to seek to discharge their duties towards God by performing their own superstitions. There is an immense number of them, as it is well known, and as it manifestly appears. Were they to admit this principle, that we cannot rightly worship God except by obeying his word, they would be delivered from their deep abyss of error. The prophet's words, then, are very important, when he says that God had commanded no such thing, and that it never came to his mind, as though he had said that men assume too much wisdom when they devise what he never required, nay, what he never knew.